Welcome, everybody. Can we do roll call, please?
Trustee Sparks? Here. Trustee Williams?
Here.
Trustee Barkey?
Here.
Trustee Shaw?
Here.
Trustee Gomez?
Present.
Have a motion to adopt the agenda?
I'll make the motion to adopt the agenda.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, 5-0. And for the minutes?
I'll make a motion to adopt the minutes for the special meeting of February 1st, as well as our regular meeting of February 2nd.
Okay, all those in favor?
Is
Aye.
there a second?
That's
Second.
it, second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We didn't hear it.
Okay. So all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Okay, passes 5-0. We are going to go into closed session and we will be back.
Any public comments in closed session?
There are no public comments.
Okay.
Thank you.
for the delay. We're going to get started with the invocation. And I'm sorry, will you please introduce yourself so everybody knows? Thank you.
With the Orange City Fire Department. I'm a chaplain. Lent greetings to all of you who may celebrate Lent. We, no doubt, in a room this size, have many different faith traditions. I will be praying according to my tradition, and I invite you to join me according to however your tradition allows. Please join me. Heavenly Father, we come heavy-hearted as we consider the terrible events, as we speak, that are happening around the world. Your children are in the way of war and brutality. We pray for peace. Not just human peace, Father, that stops conflict, but your peace that brings restoration and justice and healing. We pray for our own children here in Orange County, many stumbling behind because of this pandemic, many struggling with mental health issues after the isolation of screens and masks, too many struggling with food or housing insecurity, many struggling with identity and self-image issues. Tonight, we ask that you send your Spirit to each one of them wherever they are and give them peace as well. Again, not just a lack of conflict, but your peace, true restoration and healing. We pray for this gathering tonight. We pray for those you have ordained to lead our children and our school staff, that they would be people of peace. Again, not just a removal of conflict, but your peace, healing, justice, and restoration. Give them wisdom to do what is right. Give them courage to do what is right. Thank you that despite of the lack of peace in this world, that you are the Prince of Peace. And we look to you. In your name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, and thank you for your service. We appreciate it. All right, next for the pledge, it's all about the kids. That's why we're here, right? And it's Read Across America Week, Dr. Seuss's birthday. So we are going to bring up Athena Conroy to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Yes. You can bring your mom with you if you want.
The dais.
At the
Yeah,
microphone.
Let us know when to begin.
Hello, everyone. Please put your right hand over your heart and follow me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which who stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, in liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Athena. I think you are the youngest one we've had to lead us in the flag salute. Yes, we deserve.
Report out.
All right, next we'll have a report out from our attorney, Jonathan Brenner.
Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Mijares. Good to be with you tonight, and this is the report out for closed session items 1 through 4. The board, as to all items, held a discussion with council. No reportable action was taken as to any of the items, with the exception of, with respect to items 2 and 3, the board approved the following invoices. With respect to closed session item numbers 2 and 3, the board approved Epstein Becker invoice numbers 1076791 and 1076792. The vote with respect to those two invoices was 4-1 approved. Trustee Shaw, Williams, Barkey, and Sparks voting in favor. Trustee Gomez voting against. The board also approved, with respect to closed session item number 3, the invoice of Marguerite Leone. That's invoice number 21559. And the vote there as well was 4 in favor, 1 against. Trustees Shaw, Williams, Sparks, and Barkey voting in favor, Trustee Gomez voting against. And that is the report out for closed session items 1 through 4. And let me just pause for a quick minute to get a nod from Ms. Boyd that she got all of that.
You just repeat the invoice number for Ms. Leone?
Yes, certainly. 21559.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Introduction.
Are there any introductions?
There are no introductions at this meeting?
Okay, then I think we'll move into public comment.
Okay, so for public comments, we have 3 individuals that will speak at this time. There is item number 7, and we have over a dozen speakers. So when we get to item 7, if you did put your card in, you'll be able to speak when we get to that point on our agenda. So for the first public speaker, I will give you the name, and then I will say a second name, and that person can stand behind them so we can expedite the process here. The first speaker will be Michelle Anderson, and then Mr. Jose Noriega will be number 2, and number 3 would be Sarah Coltrell.
We're going to kind of do a tag team thing here. Good evening, Superintendent Mijares, President Barkey, Vice President Williams, Honorable Board and staff. Most of you already know me. I'm Michelle Anderson. I'm here to say thank you to this group of outstanding individuals, from staff all the way up to our board, for doing what you did for our kids during this age of COVID. I'm so appreciative of your push to get our kids back in school so that they are getting the academic, mental, and social stimulation that they so desperately need. And then, of course, I'm here to toot the horn of charter schools. I was just talking with some charter school colleagues, and where I was saying, charter schools are the Ginger Rogers of education. Just like Fred Astaire was such a phenomenal dancer, just like our schools in Orange County are, but charter schools, they're Ginger Rogers. They can do everything he does, but backwards and in high heels. And what I mean by that is charter schools can act quickly, do it with less resources, and they can turn on a dime. And so we greatly appreciate that. And tonight, I'm happy to be back here with the International School for Science and Culture. They've had to do a dance around a lot of different obstacles, but they certainly have mastered their dance, and they've gotten through it, and they've really partnered up with some great people to bring in. So I'm very excited to be part of that. But I'm not going to steal Josue's thunder. I'm going to let him come up here and talk to you about the exciting happenings at Isaac. So thank you very much for all you do.
Thank you, Michelle.
Hello, my name is Jose Noriega. I'm a 3rd grade student in the ultimate class at Isaac. I am so proud to be an Isaac Lion and so excited to share with you what my class has been working on. We have been studying water filtration during our project-based learning. Through our research, we have made our own water filtration device. Demo experiment.
Okay, we have 2. This one's Jose's, and this one was from other students. Well, we have dirty water from the back bay. We did. We had students go collect water from the back bay, which was super awesome. Let me go pour more in and mix up the dirt. But be careful.
Can you wait and talk when you get to the mic, because we need to pick the recording.
Oh, yeah. So through the careful preparation of these students, we made a few different schematics of this water filtration device. Jose made this first one, and we had another student make the second one. Jose, where'd you go?
Oh.
It's my project. It's fine. Okay. Okay. But if you want to walk around and show people. some of them some were more successful than others. That is worked pretty well, but sometimes the water doesn't come out. So
Love that dirty water.
yeah, this one, it doesn't work. Oh no. He has one more thing to say. Just say. Just say. Come back. Come finish it.
This is just a small part of what we do at ISAC, and we would like to invite you to come and see our campus at our Expo Night on March 11th. I hope to see you all there. Thank you.
Isaac, thank you so very much. That was
welcome.
wonderful.
Jose.
Jose. Okay, Sarah Coltrell.
Oh, that was me.
Oh, okay. You don't want to say anything officially, or you're welcome to. You put a card in. You got 3 minutes.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Sarah Cottrell. I am a teacher at Isaac. I'm Jose's teacher. And it's just such a wonderful, wonderful school to be in. The project-based learning is so important because it really gets the kids like Jose involved. We were talking about water filtration in communities who don't have access to clean water, and they wanted to build their own water filtration in the classroom and see what people had to do every day to just get clean water. So I couldn't say enough nice things about Isaac, and thank you for letting me talk.
Thank you.
And that concludes public comments, Madam President. Consent. I'll make a motion for the consent calendar.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Before we move on, I wanted to pull items 4 and 5.
Okay, I'll take that, my original motion back, and I will recreate it. Let's make a motion for items 1, 2, and 3, with 4 and 5 to be removed separately. Is that
That's acceptable.
that's
Thank you very
what
much.
you would like? Okay, wonderful. That's my motion. And a second by?
Second. Okay. All those in favor of the consent calendar with 4 and 5 removed? Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. Passes 5-0.
Very good. I'll move on to item number 4, Madam President, and I'll make the motion to approve the invoice.
Second. All right. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Opposed.
All right.
And in like manner, Madam President, I'll move on to item number 5. I'll make the motion to approve invoice number 9823 for Margaret Chidester and Associates.
And I'll second that. All right. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
Okay. 4-1. All right. Are there any charter submissions?
There are none.
Okay. And Araceli, would you like to come up for Irvine Academy? Thank you.
Good evening, President Barkey, trustees, and Superintendent Mijares. The board requested representatives from Irvine International Academy attend this evening to provide an update on a number of complaints that have been made with regards to the operations of the school. Department staff are aware of approximately 30 complaints from September 8th to the present submitted by parents and school employees to the charter school administration and/or school board. The complaints range in topics including mismanagement of funds, conflict of interest, specifically regarding staff hiring and vendor contracts, COVID safety and communications, the after-school program, Brown Act violations, suspected child abuse, independent study, purchasing of instructional materials and school supplies, professional conduct of the executive director, removing students from classrooms during instructional day to assist in non-academic tasks, shredding of documents, curriculum and instruction, student and parent confidentiality, complaint processes and procedures, mid-year student enrollments, validity of the executive director's credentials, and workplace bullying and hostile work environment. In December 2021, The Irvine International Academy Governing Board contracted with the law offices of Young, Minnie, and Core to retain Mueller Investigative Services to conduct an investigation into complaints received. The results of that investigation were reported out after closed session of the January 25th IIA Governing Board meeting. While OCD staff typically refer the complainant to file their complaint with the charter school, we have been made aware that up until recently, the school did not have a process in place for non-UCP complaints. Our expectation, regardless, is that the school investigate all complaints received promptly, thoroughly, and impartially, and address all substantiated claims. Additionally, staff conduct follow-up with the school when we are made aware of complaints. We've been working with the IIA administration since inception on Brown Act violations and have seen improvement in that area. Staff have visited the school, including the after-school program, on multiple occasions to check compliance with the school's COVID protocols and student supervision, and two facility inspection visits have been conducted by our maintenance and operations supervisor. The annual oversight interviews with teachers and the school leadership took place in December of 21. This annual review also includes a financial review, student file audits, and classroom observations. Staff have met with school leadership, including executive director, school board president, principal, and director of curriculum to discuss stakeholder complaints and allegations. We've sent multiple requests for information regarding school financial records, after-school program, Brown Act violations, their nonprofit status, student-staff interactions, and teacher credentials. We continue to monitor the school, are currently reviewing the school's finances and contracts and teacher credentials, and remain in regular communication with school leadership. Dedicated staff are in contact with all charter schools authorized by this board monthly to provide technical assistance and support. I now call representatives from Irvine International Academy to the podium.
Before we do that, I think we should probably do the public comment, okay? And then we'll move on. Thank you.
Very good. So for item number 7, the first individual will be Austin Dick. On deck will be Mr. Darren Parker. And third person in line will be Rebecca Holt. So after those 3, I'll give you the next 3.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Austin Dick, and I am a council executive assistant to Irvine council member Tammy Kim, and with me as well is Jared Hill, deputy chief of staff to Irvine Vice Mayor Anthony Kuo. We are here today to read for the record a joint letter by both officials regarding item number 7, the Irvine International Academy. And so it begins. Dear board members, we are reaching out on behalf of the Irvine families who have personally contacted us over the past several weeks with serious concerns regarding the Irvine International Academy. We are troubled by what our residents have expressed and are quite honestly distressed by such allegations over transparency, retaliatory behavior, and mismanagement of academy resources. We are very concerned and believe that our residents deserve answers. Our residents are fully committed to the educational success of their children and firmly believe, as we do, that the current course of the Irvine International Academy is not in line with our values in ensuring our children's success. On behalf of our residents, we respectfully request that the board do a comprehensive audit of the issues raised at Irvine International Academy. We thank you for your time and consideration. Should you have any questions, please do not hesitate to contact us at Tammy Kim at cityofirvine.org and Anthony Kuo at cityofirvine.org. Respectfully, Councilmember Tammy Kim and Vice Mayor Anthony Kuo. Thank you for the opportunity to allow me to speak tonight.
Thank you.
Hello.
You're Mr. Parker.
I am. My name is Darren Parker. Thank you to the board for hearing me tonight. I'm an Irvine resident. I have 2 children that have attended all their school under the IUSD umbrella until just this year when they've started Irvine International Academy. Dr. Scott, his contributions to building this academy, to the formation, the founding of the academy, it's well documented. It's too much to really go through in 3 minutes. When a letter between the teachers, a group of teachers, and the school board was mass emailed to every single parent in the school, I was concerned because of the allegations at first, and then because of the division that it caused, and it seems to be causing in the school. I can't speak to those allegations. Only the administration can do that. What I can speak to is my personal experience with the school and with Dr. Scott. My children didn't want to switch schools. They were very resistant, especially my older one, and it was a great transition for them. It was really difficult. And then there's the mask mandate that came out, and specifically my older one, he didn't want to go to school. He was experiencing all kinds of adversity. He was experiencing bullying, and I immediately tried to address this with the school, and I talked to Dr. Scott. He was responsive. He met with me immediately. He sat down with me. He sat down with his staff. He put them all together. I experienced this as something, he showed great leadership to me, and I was very, very thankful. This was an adjustment period for my son. He brought, he was able to give him time to adjust. He was able to give him time to step away from the classroom for a little bit. He brought him into his office. He played chess with him when he was really having a struggling day. I am thankful for that. He's been able to really move since then. He's been able to prosper in this school. My children's Mandarin has improved significantly. My children are both half Chinese. And I don't think it would have been possible if it wasn't for Dr. Scott's intervention and his leadership. He's been available to me. He's offered solutions. He allowed a safe space for my son. He gave him personal attention when he needed it. What I've seen from him, I can't even really put into the words. I'll be thankful to Dr. Scott and the way he's brought my son along and helped out my kids forever. I'm a parent who's grateful for Dr. Scott. I can't imagine Irvine International Academy moving forward without his leadership. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments.
Rebecca Holtz, you're up. And after Rebecca will be Lynn Wang and then Patrick McNally.
Who's up next?
Rebecca Holtz is the one that I called number 3. Is Rebecca here in the room? Okay.
Does Rebecca need translation? Okay.
Who's Rebecca? If you could come up to the podium, the dais.
Why don't we just move on? Just move on.
Okay, so what we're going to do, Rebecca, if you're here, please let us know. I'll put you aside. We're going to go to speaker number 4, which is Miss Lynn Wang. And then Patrick McNally is on deck.
Good evening, board members. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I would like to thank Mayor Farrakhan and Councilmember Tammy Kim and Anthony Cole for taking their time to reach out and support Irvine residents and IIA parents. I am here today to request OCBE board members to do 3 things for us. Number 1, to compel the board, IIA's board, to have more parents to sit on the board. Number 2, to recommend that the executive director, Michael Scott, be dismissed from the school. And number 3, to direct the OC superintendent to contact the state financial crisis and management team to conduct an extraordinary audit of Irvine International Academy. Did Mr. Scott violate the school's anti-nepotism policy by hiring his son? Yes. Did Mr. Scott and IIA's school board give an exclusive IT contract to the school board chairman's church member without obtaining other bids? Yes. Did Mr. Scott and IIA's board members give an exclusive music and dance contract to OCMD, whose president is the father of an IIA board member, Brent Freeman? Yes. Did Mr. Scott use about half of the grant money from the Larry and Helen Hogue Foundation to purchase 9 digital piano, keyboards, ballet bars, and other music equipments for $26,000 instead of hiring the much-needed teacher's assistants for each class? Yes. Were these instruments given use to the general students of the school? No. It is only exclusively used by children that pay for classes through OCMD, the executive, the one that has the executive exclusive contract. Did Mr. Scott's previous charter school was forced to shut down within 6 months due to financial mismanagement? Yes. Did Mr. Scott and IIA School Board disregard the anonymous teacher's first complaint? Yes. Did Mr. Scott hire the director of curriculum without prior board approval? Yes. Did Mr. Scott violate California employment by hiring Mrs. Walker as the director of curriculum without a job posting, panel interview? Possibly. There's much more that I cannot cover, but I'd like to go ahead and request the comprehensive audit. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I also have some
Okay.
documents. Can I present this
Sure,
to the
yeah,
board?
yeah, you can go ahead and give it to Dr. Boyd
Great.
over here,
Thank you.
and she'll make sure that gets given to the board. On the dais should be Mr. Patrick McNally or Mr. McNally. After Mr. McNally will be Nancy Liu and then Ming Wei. Ming Wei?
Good evening. Thank you, board members, for taking the time to listen to us. I believe we're on YouTube. Is that correct here? Is this on YouTube? I keep on telling my kids to stay away from YouTube, and now I'm on YouTube, so I don't know how I'm going to explain that to them. I want to be here to exercise my support for the prior speaker who talked about the investigation. And my understanding is that, based on the presentation by the representative for Mrs. Assemblymember Kim, that there will be an investigation. Is that correct, or you're considering that?
So, Patrick, we don't have conversations with people. It's not typical. We'll be more than happy to
Okay.
speak with you at break. This is a time for public comments to you to share with us your thoughts.
Fair enough. Okay. So I would support the request for the investigation that was provided by the previous speakers, and I think I speak for other members as well, of the parents. As I see the whole picture here, I think that what's happening is that there's an element of micromanagement by Mr. Michael Scott and a lack of oversight or proper oversight by the board of directors. And I think what I'd like is, I don't want to see Michael Scott be dismissed or anything like that. My personal feeling is I'd like to keep him on board, but to have the parents to have more say on the board of directors, because it is their school, and they're not having that representation. That's the frustration that's happening. And we're getting emails, and I recently got an email from, I think it was from Dr. Scott, talking about, our administration, talking about the fact that the school is now so-called an international academy. And that's worrying a lot of parents, because we enrolled our children because it was supposed to be a Chinese immersion school. And we don't want to see this school losing track and going off what its primary goal was, just on the basis of attracting additional students. So that's really it. I have, further documents I've prepared to share with the board if they require, but that's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, Nancy Liu, and then we talked about Ming Wei, and then Mr. Edwin Chu would be up.
大家好，请原谅我今天晚上用中文来表达我的想法。
Hello, everybody. Please excuse me speaking Chinese in this meeting.
Okay, so 我对学校担忧第一点，这个学校似乎有一种雇佣朋友和家人的模式。
My concerns are there seems to be a pattern of hiring friends and families.
Scott 先生与至少3名董事会成员有私人关系。
Mr. Scott has personal relationships with at least 3 board members.
他雇佣他的孩子做兼职，
He has hired his son as an internship,
但是获得全职福利。
but he has received a full salary.
他聘请了他的朋友 Rocker 女士担任课程主任。
He has hired one of his friend, Mr. Rocker, as the director of curriculum,
Rocker 女士的薪水是12万美元，
and her salary was 120,000.
而且不会说任何的普通话。
And also, she doesn't speak Mandarin at all.
但她是一所普通话沉浸式学校的课程总监。
Yet she is the director of the Mandarin Emerging School.
在父母对此多次提出担忧之后，
After many times the parents have brought it up,
Scott 先生和董事会主席 Doug Hudson 先生说，
Mr. Scott and then the chairman, Doc Hassan, has stated that
Rocker 女士不会说普通话这一事实不是什么问题。
Miss Rocker doesn't speak Mandarin and it's not a big problem. It's not a problem.
直到一位家长翻出当初 Scott 先生申请办学的请愿书的时候，
And it was until one of the parents have found out one of the petition.
请愿书中指出 DOC 必须说普通话。
The petition has stated that the DOC has to speak Mandarin.
直到那个时候
Until then,
，Scott 先生和 Hudson 主席才承认聘用Rocker 女士是一个错误。
Mr. Scott and Chairman Hassan has admitted that it was a mistake to hire Mr. Rocker.
并表示他们忘记了这是课程主任这个职位的要求。
And it had said they forgot that there was one of the requirements for the director of the curriculum position.
还有的父母提出说 ，Scott 先生不应该雇佣 Rocker 女士，因为他们是朋友。
Some of the parents have stated that Mr. Rocker shouldn't hire Mr. Rocker shouldn't hire her because they're friends.
雇佣他的朋友是裙带关系，
Hiring a friend, it's not a good situation in this situation. Sorry.
但 Scott 先生回答说，
But Mr. Scott said,
裙带关系就是雇佣家人，
it's not the situation that I'm hiring my family.
他们之间没有亲戚关系。
There is no blood related.
然而，在 IIA 学校网站上公布的 IIA 自己的反裙带关系政策中，
But according to the IIA rules online, it said,
他明确表示，它适用于家庭或者个人关系。
has said it's include families and friends.
所以 Scott 先生显然不知道自己学校的政策，
So clearly, Mr. Scott doesn't understand the policies of his own school.
这是令人担忧和有问题的。
It has really concerned us
因为 Scott 先生不知道他自己的学校政策，
because Mr. Scott doesn't know his own policies in his own school.
也不知道批准学校的请愿书上写了什么。
And also, he doesn't know what is have been written in the petition.
但不管怎样 ，Rocker 女士现在已经不再是 IIA 的课程总监了。
But no matter what, right now, she is not the director of the curriculums anymore.
不过她现在目前仍然在领取薪水。Miss Rocker。
But Mr. Rocker still receives salaries.
第二点，
Number 2.
在学校开学前就有一个课后班的供应商呈现音乐舞蹈学校。呈现音乐舞蹈学校 ，so OCMD，you can say OCMD。
Before the school started, the OCMD.
他们在学校的参与让家长们感觉很奇怪。
And it's really weird for parents see the involvement of
家长们
OCMD.
发现，
The parents found out
学校偏爱的这个课后辅导班供应商，
the OCMD that the school liked
原来是一个非营利组织。
before was a non-profit organization.
他们是几年前开始运营的。
They start to operate a couple years ago.
首席执行官是 IIA 一名董事会成员的父亲。
The CEO is one of the members of the IIA is his father.
学校很自豪地获得了当地私人基金会的资助。
So the school has proudly received the sponsorship from a private organization.
赠款信由这名 IIA 的董事会成员签署。
Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
After Ms. Liu, we have Ming Wei and Edwin Chu.
Oh, hi. Good evening, board members.
Help me out. Are you
No, I'm Ming Wei.
You're Ming Wei.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for letting me have a chance to speak here. Bit of a sorry, like I didn't prepare. I did not know, like, say, this kind of public speaking, like opportunity. So this is the only one I have, which is the agenda. But I will just speak from my personal experience and feeling about what the, I can say, representative over 95% of our parents in the IA. Everything started with a letter from the Mandarin teachers. All the Mandarin teachers in the school signed about February 16th. And then we have like several meetings with the board members. The situation is like that. According to the letter, the treatment of the Mandarin teachers were not fair and has been lasting for a while. The reason why they sent out this letter to the parents is because they have already tried to raise the issue through the administrative channel of the IA. While there is no answer, and then basically their questions went to the deaf ears. So when we have like this situation, we ask repeatedly about what happens during the meeting with online meeting with the board members. We were told, like, say, there is a process they need to go through. And we fully understand that. There is always a process for anything the policy need to go through. But we want to know when will be solution. We want to have a timeline. We asked that one, and there was no answer. So the teacher, the Mandarin teacher especially for IA, is actually the key things why all these parents actually send our children to this school. There are plenty of English, excellent education resources, but there is only one Chinese immersion school in Irvine. And we do hope and want it to be successful. So in that case, well, I have to say, to be fair, thanks for Dr. Scott for like trying to fund this school. However, how to run it is a totally different issue. And regarding Ms. Kennedy Walker, the former director of curriculum, until like last week, her hiring process is really troublesome because as I think Nancy pointed out, she doesn't have the qualification to be the director of curriculum for a Mandarin immersion school because she doesn't speak Mandarin at all. And when we raise this question,
We're going to need you to finish up in about 5-10 seconds.
sure. And the board members were kind of say, oh, they forgot about this, and then sorry, and then that's it. Nothing followed up. And also they put blame on Principal Chang, which is under the director of curriculum by the job description.
Thank you, sir. I've been very graceful, but you've gone
Thank
way
you.
beyond your time.
Yeah.
Thank you very
Thank
much. Okay, next up will be Mr. Edwin Chu.
Thank you, Board, for this time. In January of 2022, IIA Executive Director Michael Scott hired his friend Kennedy Rocker as the Director of Curriculum for IIA. Ms. Rocker herself has indicated that she has been to China with Mr. Scott, as well as IIA board member Miller Zong, to train principals. They definitely know each other. A quick backstory, there had been mounting distrust in Mr. Scott's decision-making. I spoke to this board last month about some of those issues that included his personal views toward COVID compliance and his funneling of funds from Hoag Foundation to OCMD. Fast forward to January, when out of nowhere, Mr. Scott decides to hire Ms. Rocker as the director of curriculum. Regardless to say, myself and many other parents were confused by this sudden hire. Leading up to the February board meeting, Board President Doug Hewson sent a letter to parents saying there is no requirement to speak Mandarin for the director of curriculum position. I want to point out that if you go to the IIA website under About Us and then Accountability, anybody can find the petition dated October of 2020 that was used to receive charter approval from this board. You could even Google to find the petition. I did the former and found on page 133 of the petition that the qualifications for Director of Mandarin Curriculum and Instruction clearly stated a need to be bilingual and biliterate in Mandarin, Chinese, and English. I emailed this information to Mr. Scott, Doug Hewson, and the board prior to the February board meeting, which was last week. In that meeting, both Mr. Scott and Doug Hewson admitted their fault and apologized for not noticing the qualifications indicated in the petition. How can the executive director hire a major staff position without knowing the basic qualifications, which were outlined in a petition that he likely wrote? I asked the same question about the board president. Yes, both apologized. However, this borders on gross negligence. I'm just a parent that went online and found the petition. Mr. Scott has a track record of a failed charter school, the most egregious being for financial mismanagement. Sounds awfully familiar here. As for Doug Hewson, he has a fiduciary responsibility to the school. They both should know the petition inside and out. They definitely should know it better than me, just a parent. I'd like to add that in the February meeting, Mr. Scott and Doug were elusive as to Ms. Rocker's status and even mentioned that they are seeking a job position for her. However, last night, our PTO had an open forum where Doug stated Ms. Rocker remains on paid administrative leave. Paid. This is ridiculous that the leadership of IIA is so poorly managed. I bring up these concerns to this board because I have already exhausted attempts to inform the board about concerns for Mr. Scott. However, 4 of the 7 board members have a relationship with Mr. Scott. This is greatly concerning. I am bringing this up to the board because I'm hoping that you can look into these matters and, if necessary, removal of Mr. Scott and maybe Doug Hewson. Thank you.
Okay, we have right now speaker number 9, who is Athena Conway, address in Mission Viejo, and then after Athena will be Mr. Philip Chin.
Good evening, Honorable Board of OCDE and Trustees. My name is Athena Conwell and I'm 8 years old. I'm here tonight to ask for your help concerning COVID-19 mask policy in our schools. I've been homeschooled since last September because I don't want to be forced to wear a mask all day long. I'm aware that California's mask mandate for schools is scheduled to end this month. However, this is only a small step in the right direction, as masks will still be strongly recommended. Why? Wearing masks for extended periods deprives us of adequate oxygen, increases our exposure to fungus, molds, and bacteria that collect on our masks, delays our emotional and psychological development because we cannot see each other's faces, and keeps us in a constant state of unnecessary fear and anxiety. All of this has been imposed on us to provide minimal protection against an illness that for children is less harmful than the seasonal flu. Does this make any sense to you? If you doubt anything I've said, then I encourage you to look up the research papers and see for yourself. You don't have to be a genius to figure this out. Please do everything you can to educate school administrators, teachers, parents, and students on the real science to counter the political science they have been fed by our government and media for the past 2 years. Maybe then they'll begin to understand how badly they've been harming us. We've already had 2 years stolen from our childhoods. 2 years we'll never get back. Please don't let them take any more. 2 years is a very long time, especially for an 8-year-old. That's 1/4 of my entire life. I miss my friends and their faces so badly. We want to go back to normal. Adults, we depend on you. Let's make it happen today, not tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Philip Chin, and after Mr. Chin will be Donna Lee.
I am a parent at IIA, and I want to thank the entire board for allowing me to speak today. While I have nothing but respect and appreciation for our teachers and our principal, the mismanagement, the continuous lack of accountability and transparency by the current board possesses constant concerns for myself and many other parents here. We all have the same vision of successful Mandarin immersion school. In February, all 6 Mandarin teachers came out with a joint formal complaint directly to the board. There were 3 major issues, including safe work environment. While you will hear numerous concerns tonight, including a conflict of interest, I'm here to address one example of hypocrisy by the board, by the hiring of the director of curriculum, Ms. Kennedy Rocker. Per the IIA website, the anti-nepotism policy was put in place to prevent administrators with supervisory roles from, quote, possibility of favoritism based on family or personal relationships. Ms. Kennedy herself stated in a board meeting that Mr. Scott and board member Miller Zhang went on a China trip together, and that was mentioned by Edwin. The teachers and the parents voiced their concerns that Ms. Rocker is not qualified and that she has no Mandarin background for a Mandarin immersion school. As was written as a requirement for the IIA petition to open that this board approved. When confronted with this matter, Mr. Scott said during the most recent board meeting that he simply forgot. And his sentiment was then echoed by board president Doug Hewson. Even after the complaints to the board by the parents questioning the qualifications for Ms. Rocker, Ms. Hewson sent out a letter to parents vouching for Ms. Rocker, stating that the director of curriculum does not need to speak Mandarin. It was only after the teacher complaint letter that they reluctantly removed Ms. Rocker from her role of director of curriculum in the most recent board meeting. So, and last night, Mr. Hewson was repeatedly asked, what is the current status for Ms. Rocker? And he stated, as the previous parent said, on paid administrative leave. I believe Mr. Scott, Mr. Hewson, and Mr. Zhang have failed to do their fiduciary duties, not only to carry out the approved charter, but in the case of Mr. Zhang, failed to recuse himself from nepotism. While this is only one example of the mismanagement and misuse of power, this highlights the lack of accountability, hypocrisy, and transparency that the parents want. These are the people we entrust with our kids. The financial impact of their actions take away valuable funding from services that the school desperately needs. And there has been no reprimand or corrective action taken by the executive director or the board member that voted for Ms. Rocker. IIA says on its own website that
You can finish your sentence, sir.
All right. That it is a place where it's more important to do the right thing than to acquire book knowledge. I asked that Mr. Scott, Mr. Zhang, and Mr. Hewson lead by example rather than ignore the repeated concern
Thank
of
you,
parents.
Mr. Chen. You went a little bit longer
All right, I'm sorry.
than the grace
Thank you.
given. Okay. Next is Miss Donna Lee, and after that will be Kathy Wang, and after that will be Kana Noriega, and then Miss Conway.
Good evening, board members. I am here today as a parent of Irvine International Academy, IIA. We are getting close to enrollment time for next school year, and parents are unsure about the school's future. There are many conflicts of interest at the school, but one is glaring. Mr. Douglas Freeman is the CEO of Orange County Music and Dance, OCMD. His son, Brett Freeman, is on the board at IIA. OCMD is the only paid third-party provider of student activities. This is a conflict of interest. Father and son both sit on the board of the Larry and Helen Hogue Foundation, a rather large private foundation. The Hogue Foundation has given IIA multiple grants that at least partially went back to OCMD in the form of purchasing instruments. Another conflict of interest. At the beginning of the school year, there was a parent complaint that led to IIA performing an internal investigation to look into these allegations. I was among some parents who received a copy of the complaint. The complaint references OCMD and IIA's muddled relationship. In the September 29th IIA board meeting, board president and good friend of our executive director, Mr. Michael Scott, Mr. Doug Houston announced that Mr. Brett Freeman, the son, will be the key contact for the investigation, and he will choose the third-party investigator, Simone Mueller Investigation Services, I think. How could Mr. Houston have made such an egregious error? As board president, he should be well aware of Mr. Brett Freeman's position on the Hoag Foundation and his father, Mr. Douglas Freeman's position at OCMD. This is another conflict of interest. Not surprisingly, the board revealed the findings of the investigation at the January 22nd board meeting. There were claims in the complaint that were not addressed at all, and for those that were, they were mostly unsubstantiated, whereas many parents know that's simply just not true. Best case scenario, it's gross negligence. Worst case scenario, Mr. Houston, Mr. Brett Freeman, maybe even Mr. Douglas Freeman, all colluded to profit off of public tax dollars and tax-free private foundation funds. What is the process to compel the school to either not legitimize this investigation or to investigate again? In looking into the history of IIA, I have spoken with numerous individuals who were around when Mr. Scott first started his petition. These are various elected officials for Orange County and the city of Irvine, IUSD leaders, and even community individuals who are in the know. And I hear this almost every time. I am not surprised that things you describe are happening at the school, and I quote. Then they will proceed to tell me about what they thought of Mr. Scott, and the words, and I quote, scam artist, comes up more than once. I have also heard numerous times about how once Mr. Scott got our principal, Principal Trong, on board, he would carry him around like a trophy. When I hear this again and again, I see a pattern. I'm sad. Okay, I just have one last thing. So I am here to ask the board members who authorized this charter, what is the process to remove Mr. Scott and Mr. Houston, especially when they're connected to each other?
Thank you, Mrs. Lee. Kathy Wang, and I would ask that you adhere to our 3-minute rule. There will be some grace, but you can't go on forever. So when you hear that buzzer, that means you should stop very, very soon after that. I don't mean to be rude, but I want to be kind and grace and give great charity when necessary. Thank you.
So when you're doing translation, just to remind the board, they have 5 minutes.
Yeah, 5 minutes. Okay.
Yes.
好的，各位教育局的各位怎么称呼他们？是什么？board member 啊，大家各位好。因为我这个英文不是特别好，所以说请原谅今天晚上我可能要讲中文。
Good afternoon, board members. Because of my English issues, I have to speak Mandarin today.
我是 IIA 一名普通的家长。那我的女儿呢是在 K 班，刚刚在这个学校上了1个学期。
I'm a parent of a student from the K, and then she just been there for a semester.
我女儿呢非常非常喜欢这个学校，感觉在这1个学期呢学到了非常非常多的东西，所以说呢我们希望这个学校呢越办越好，这也是我们很多家长今天晚上来到这里的原因。
My daughter has been in there for 1 semester, and she likes it very, very much. And then all other parents hope this school can go better and better.
但是呢，这1个学期下来以后呢，发现我们学校确实存在非常非常多的问题，以至于呢，下学期呢，我们很多家长可能都要从这个学校转走。
But this being 1 semester, we have found out there's many issues in the school. So maybe next semester, a lot of parents are thinking about to transfer their students.
我们的学监 Scott 先生今天坐在这里，我个人非常尊重他，我们很多家长也非常尊重他。但是呢，今天晚上我们可能要讲一些话，可能 Scott 先生可能不高兴。
We all really respect Mr. Scott over here, but there is something we have to say today.
我先把上一个家长没有讲完的内容呢，跟大家讲一下。Scott 先生呢，经常在上午9点到10点左右到达学校，下午3点离开。
Mr. Scott always arrives school between 9 to 10 a.m. and then leave around 3 p.m.
周五从不上班。
He never been at school on Fridays.
他还带员工出去吃长时间的午餐，并由学校报销。
Also, he'll take work lunch for a long time with his workmates, and also reimbursed from the school.
当一所学校通过公共税收获得资金时，有关可以报销的规则非常严格，午餐是不可以报销的项目。
It has to be strict rules to reimburse from a school from the fund from public. So lunch shouldn't be one of those.
此外，这些员工包括 Scott 先生在内，在吃午饭时并没有打卡下班。
Also, the staff when they have lunch, they didn't clock out.
因此，他们在不工作的情況下，通過稅收被支付工資。
So when they are doing so, they're receiving their salaries and the reimbursements when it seems like they're working.
Scott 先生經常給某些員工提供好處。
Mr. Scott also provides some benefits for some of the staff.
这些受宠的員工可以繞過校長，直接向 Scott 先生匯報工作。
So those staffs who receive those benefits will go around president and then go straightly to Mr. Scott.
学校現在有一個一貫的模式，是關閉家長的聲音。
The school now has like sort of like a silent rules. They silence all the voices from the parents.
首先，他們刪除了 Line 和 WeChat 群組。
They delete the Line and WeChat group chat.
然後在董事會 Zoom 會議期間取消了聊天功能。
And then they remove the talking features when they have the Zoom meetings.
然後他們停止了 Facebook 帖子的評論。
And also stop commenting on Facebook.
甚至停止了 Class Dojo 的評論。
And also stop the comment on Class Dojo.
他們將那些努力工作並真正為學生和學校服務的人，與那些受到青睞的人區分開來。
They have separated those who work really hard for the school and those who get the benefits.
然后沒有稿子了哈。中文老師呢受到了很大的歧視。
And then the Mandarin teachers has get a discrimination from the school.
剛才這些內容呢是剛才那個家長沒有講完，我補充的。然後下面呢沒有稿子了哈，我講一下我自己的感受。我覺得現在學校呢確實存在很多很多的問題。
So I still think there's a lot of problems in the school.
第一個問題呢出現在董事會。
The first problem is the board members.
據我了解，學校的董事會呢應該由學區內的那個成員組成，但是我們現在學校董事會7個人，好像只有2個是我們學區內的，其中有一個甚至還是加拿大的人在我們董事會裡面。我相信他都不知道我們學校是門朝哪裡。
As I know, the board members should be designated from the Orange County Department, Education Department, but from I know, it's only 2 people work from there, and one of those are from Canada. I don't even know he even know the education system over here.
我們家長多次要求說，我們家長可不可以派代表進入董事會？但是 Mr. Scott 先生告訴我們，現在沒有這個擴張這個董事會成員的這種這個沒有現在沒有這種情況，不允許我們進去。
We have asked if we could have one of the parents be one of the member, but Mr. Scott said there's no position for that.
With all due respect, that is your 5-minute timer.
Okay.
Yeah, so thank you very much. We're going to be moving on to our next speaker.
Thank you,
Ms. Wang.
謝謝。
Ms. Noriega. Ms. Noriega left, okay. Then the last speaker for item number 7, before we bring back Araceli, is Sega Conway.
Hello, everyone. My name is Saga. So today, commenting about IIA, it's not the purpose I came here, but I was sitting here listening to all of you have been speaking against Dr. Scott and the school, how it's running. So I was really confused from the very beginning because from the first moment I know about Dr. Scott, he's a true educator. He definitely has a love about the Chinese culture and language. He went to China so many times. He really want to bring an international and Chinese Mandarin and also English education program together. So if some of you have been to your own grand opening ceremony, you probably can remember me. I was there speaking to congratulate the grand opening, and I'm really, really happy. I'm very happy, still very happy that you guys have a great option from whatever current education, the public school or private school options you have. But if from my personal perspective is that if you do love the school, you remember that Dr. Scott is the brain and the soul to bring the school together. Without Dr. Scott, the school is not going to be here. And if you want to help him to really improve, yes, I agree that nobody is perfect, and he probably made some mistakes, and you got to give him the advice and give him time to fix, improve, and make the school really stay in there. Otherwise, what's your option, right? So if you don't like the school, either you're hired by the school or you're sending your children to the school, you have the option. America is a great country that if you don't like something, you can walk away. You have so many options. The IUSD providing you public education. There's so many private schools are also great, right? So, I mean, just with your personal, keep your good heart, keep your respect for the person who made this happen and help him really in a good way to improve. Now I also can speak Chinese. 我们中国人呢，就是自古有句古话，对吧？我们不要忘本。如果没有这位先生他的这种善意，没有他的善心，没有他的善意，没有他把这个学校放到这里的话，那么你们根本就没有这个选择。如果你们不喜欢这个学校，你们完全可以。
Excuse me, Miss Conroy.
Hold on here. You.
Excuse me, she would need to translate for you.
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay.
And
the comments should be coming to the board.
Yeah. I was going to interject.
Thank you.
So, the purpose of public comments is to have your information to the board.
Yep.
To have a public dialogue with the guests here, probably you can do it outside, but our time is very valuable. So let's kind of be careful about what we say.
Yep.
And it's to us.
So definitely.
You can say whatever you want to us.
Of course. So still help the school to improve. And if you come to America, be civil. Do the American way.
Again?
Okay. This is not an easy one. Okay, so that 5 minutes is up.
Sure.
Can she do the translation?
Well, she had.
Well,
She said in Chinese. Excuse me. So, for the record, she started in English and she was speaking, and she had 3 minutes. This wasn't a 5 minute. This
Oh, I
was a
see.
3 minute. So.
Okay. So.
Thank you for your comments. We appreciate them. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, that was a new one, and we thank you all for coming here and for telling us and sharing with us your thoughts. And now we're going to move on with item 7, and we have Araceli to come up to finish the presentation.
Thank you to all the speakers. I now call representatives from Irvine International Academy to the podium.
Houston, and I'm serving as board president currently. My name is Dr. Michael Scott, and I'm serving as the executive director of the school. Thank you for having us this evening. I wonder if you have questions for us. If I could say, we are grateful for parent participation of the nearly 300 children we have. When we hold public board meetings, oftentimes we have nearly 50% participation by parents. I've never experienced that in any of the schools I've been a part of, and we are very, very grateful. I would say this, last night we had our parent-teacher organization, like a PTA, host an open forum that allowed 3 of our board members to answer questions in kind of a format back and forth. You know, in board meetings, it's difficult to communicate with parents because at the beginning there's open comments, then we're doing some transactional business. That was different, and our 1-hour plan continued for 2 hours and 58 minutes, and very productive and very positive. Sometimes the issues that are raised by our parents, first of all, we treat everyone seriously. We chronicle them now in a software program so that we can report out when they're resolved. Some of them, when they're resolved, even like the ones that went with an independent investigative service, sometimes the resolution to those are not satisfactory. We understand that. And some of those have come to you now. I regret that we did what we could to report the resolution of those, but they weren't satisfying. And I apologize that we weren't able to satisfy all of our parents.
So we're looking forward to questions of what you feel is important. Some of this has been simply a misunderstanding. May I speak to just one item? There's a feeling that there's a financial treatment different for Mandarin teachers than for others at the school. And that comes from our record that shows one teacher being reimbursed for $382. And then my following up by saying no reimbursements will be in the future. So the idea was, wow, he favored that person, then we can't do anything. The misunderstanding is that was a first-year teacher that did not request reimbursement. And so when it was turned in, I realized immediately they don't have the funding for this. So I authorized the reimbursement, and then I donated the $382 myself from my own pocket to pay for it back to the school. Unknown to the parents or the teachers was the fact that in private, I had provided $2,000 to one of our Mandarin teachers as gifts. $1,000 one month, $1,000 the next month. In addition, unknown to our parents is that I had offered a $5,000 loan to our principal at the beginning of the school so that he could bridge the time until he was paid. So the appearance, without all the information, gave a mischaracterization of my purposes, which was to fill needs. As a result, that taints maybe the rest of the perceptions of my actions. And many of the things spoken about simply are just only half the picture, and it just needs more time to explain. But any other questions, please?
Well, it seemed that a number of people were bringing up the curriculum director, I think was her title, who didn't apparently speak Mandarin. Do you want to speak to that?
Yes. In fact, I need to take responsibility for that. The charter is 186 pages. I was looking at a different section about the curriculum director, but it does require a Mandarin speaker the way it's written now. Actually, I think that's a mistake because science is in English, math is in English, history is in English, and reading and language arts is in English. Mandarin, which is not tested, is in Mandarin. And that was the point, that we wanted to work on our Mandarin instruction. As a result, before, sometimes we're interrupted, but we try to encourage people to speak out during the right time. So
If I can say something to our good people, thank you for your kindness, and we do have the opportunity of public comment at the end of the meeting if you want to address us again.
So the problem was, on December 17th, none of the evaluation had been completed by the timeline and were in my possession by the principal. And then he had a family emergency and had to leave for Taiwan, not returning until February. So during that time, I was the only administrator at the school and was simply becoming overwhelmed. There was no science curriculum that had been created, which was due by that time. There was no history curriculum to be corrected. Both of those were touched on by the Orange County the Orange County Board's people as being incomplete. To accomplish the work that needed to be done, I also had no names. Those names had not been evident to me, although we did have some candidates in that joint. They simply weren't related to me. Kennedy Rocker spoke at the first principal conference of China. She was then asked to speak at the second principal conference of China and is one of the more famous foreign educators in China. She has traveled 8 years. She has trained at more than 4,000 principals. Her experience as an educator, she was Palm Springs Teacher of the Year, made her a perfect candidate for our 7 first-year teachers that had not been helped yet. She knew how to help teachers. That's why she was hired, because of her experience. She's a 5-year adjunct professor at USC, a pre-med graduate of UCLA. She could have helped us with our science curriculum, which we did have a grant for, and I didn't feel we were fulfilling the needs. So it's not a friendship issue, it was a competency issue to hire her. Unfortunately, the title of Director of Chinese Curriculum requires a Chinese speaker. As soon as I realized that, before other people talked to us, such as Edwin, we had already decided we had to reverse the decision, and I take responsibility for that.
Is it possible to have two directors or two assistant directors, one that fulfills the Mandarin requirement for the Mandarin part of the curriculum and one that fulfills the other part of the curriculum?
There are several possibilities that we could do. All of those are good ones. However, we want to respect our parents, and we wanted, one of the questions was the process of selecting her. When you select a teacher, the process is to have interviews by teachers. When you select a principal, you have the administrators do that. The reason she was selected is because she was going to be the right hand to me. It's the same method that I used to hire Principal Zhuang, interviews. We had interviewed 3 other people previously for that position, highly qualified. 2 of them were Science Teachers of the Year, but it didn't work out. So at the point where literally our teachers were not getting responses to their needs for evaluation so that we could put in place remedies and a growth plan for them to improve, I needed to bring somebody in to fix the problem. But I would love to have more people.
Araceli, where is Araceli? Araceli, could you help the board in understanding what the staff is doing in trying to get to understand some of these more detailed concerns?
Right, so we have some outstanding right now notices for documentation that we're trying to collect. Our issues and what we're looking at sometimes might vary a little bit from what the parents are perhaps concerned with. And some of the things that, are discussed and some of the complaints that happen really have to do more with the operations of the school, right? And some of those things fall under the autonomy of a charter school, not necessarily under just the general oversight that we do. So like I mentioned, we typically try to, steer families or complainants back to the school so that they can look into the issue, try to come with a resolution and figure out what's going to happen. But so let me give you an example. So for example, with the curriculum, the director of curriculum position, our main issue, and our concern when we saw that position was hired was that we didn't see it in the budget, right? So that's sort of where our lens might be in a situation like that, whereas they might have a different lens as far as, qualifications and things like that, which fall more under the direction of the school and the autonomy of the school to decide who they hire, who they fire, who gets put on a board, how they discipline or reprimand. So our lens might be a little bit different, but there are, anytime we see these complaints and things come in, whether, and this wasn't even brought on by a complaint, this was just brought on from us understanding that the curriculum director had been hired. Our concerns also, skew towards hiring of any staff on a donation. That's always going to be a concern because we're going to wonder how they're going to fund these positions moving forward, considering that the school doesn't really have reserves. They're a first-year school, still kind of building their budget. We always are there, obviously, as a resource to the schools. We want to help in any way possible, but quite often, we don't have a say over who gets hired or who gets fired at a charter school. That's obviously up to the school and should be in order to protect the autonomy of the school. But when we do see complaints, we definitely, want to touch base with the school, want to ask them how they're documenting what they're doing to the complaints. Are they looking at them? How are they conducting the complaints? And we always encourage, the families to allow the complaint procedure to move forward to the resolution that the school, let them do their full investigation of the complaints that come in. This is an unusual situation. We have not run into a situation in the past where we've seen this number of complaints come through on a first-year school. Of course, we're not always privy to every complaint that a school's working on. They're always working on multiple complaints, I'm sure. But this is significantly more than we would ever have seen in a school. And what's concerning for us about some of the things that we're hearing and seeing also is that Dr. Scott to us was an experienced charter school operator. And so we did not perceive that the school would have the issues of someone who doesn't understand how to run a school or might have the issues that they seem to be having. And so that has been quite concerning to us. I think that they are trying to put things in place now, different committees, different things like that that can advise the board on different things that are happening. But for example, I'll give you another example. One of the things he mentioned is sort of this perception that teachers are being treated differently at the school, that the Mandarin teachers might be being treated differently. We're also hearing those complaints that, the Orange County music and dance teachers are being treated differently than the teachers that were hired for the school, not just in pay, but in benefits and different things like that. And does that break a law? No, but it's not really probably a wise decision to treat your teachers differently because it could bring up certain perceptions of favoritism and things like that. As far as we are looking currently into the budget and the contracts. We could potentially have some concerns there that we are not prepared yet to bring forward as far as the contract with Orange County Music and Dance and some of the hiring that has happened. And we're still collecting some Form 700s. We didn't receive all of the documentation that we requested when it was requested. So we need to give school a little bit more time to give us everything, and then we'll do some analysis there. We're also concerned regarding some of the credentialing of teachers, again, and one of those things that comes under our purview. We're not sure that all of the teachers that are teaching music and dance right now are fully credentialed. We're not sure how they continue to teach when if the principal is the teacher of record, how that continued to occur when he was on leave. This is the first time that I've heard that potentially the Kennedy Rocker may still be on the payroll, even though she's not doing any work for the school anymore, as far as we know. So those are the types of things that sort of raise red flags for us that we have to continue to look at, collect documentation on, and then try to figure out how is the school going to correct. And because the schools are autonomous, we always want to ask them, what is your plan for correction of this issue? In something as simple as a Brown Act issue, what's your plan to correct this that happened? And we leave it up to the school to determine how they're going to do that correction. And that's worked well for us in the past. We're hoping that will be the case as well with the school.
My question is, on the hire, you said that occasionally there are hires, or there's at least one hire that was hired on a donation basis. And is it possible, I've seen that model happen a lot at our university, where we'll hire people, faculty or administrators on a special line, but a contractual hire for 2 or 3 years, until the money can come in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
is that
right? So
Coach Shelley,
that
work?
entails us collecting paperwork on, that we want to see the contract and make sure that it's a 1-year contract. We want to, look and make sure that what's in the contract is what they're going to behave matches up to what they're actually being
But
paid.
it can happen. So if
if it's a
donors are
1 year
giving money for a contract
absolutely
for a period of time, usually
Correct.
for us it's 3 years.
Right.
Okay.
So yeah, it could be completely cleared up if we see a contract that's only for 1 year and we know that they're funded for that 1 year, and that clears that up for us for sure. Yeah.
I got a question. So.
Can you get closer
Yeah,
to the mic?
yeah. Thank you for reminding me. We've been through a lot of growth pains with charters. The first 2 years are very difficult. They are extremely challenging for the board, the person in charge, the teachers, and you and our staff. And when we originally approved this charter, we thought that there was a great potential for it to unite the community, that there'd be a lot of community interest. And now we have many good citizens from the city come and share with us their concerns. It's always hard brokering the differences of expectations, and if there's any laws that are broken, if there's any other concerns, is this arising to a thick mat level? Those sort of things. And I know you're not ready to answer these questions. I know you're thinking of them. My thoughts and suggestion because it's been in public comments, what are we doing? And so can you help the board express what you are doing to help the good citizens of Irvine who are here? And then we're going to hear from you later at another meeting what your findings are and what you're doing. So.
Correct. And so once we have gathered the information that we need on the areas where we see that there could potentially be an issue, whether it's with Ed Code, the own schools' policies and procedures, because we do monitor that as well, that they're following their own policies and procedures, their own nepotism policies, things like that. And then obviously we're looking at Ed Code and just laws and regulations, with the help of our attorneys. Once we've gathered enough information, that's when we would, present that information to our deputy superintendent, our superintendent, and potentially the board. And what steps to take after that point would be the decision of those bodies.
So right now, would you describe what you're doing as very early in the investigational stage?
For some items, for other items, like for example, an easy one would be Brown Act violations. That's an ongoing, constant working with a school, and that's something that many schools have issues with. And so, those issues can be easily fixed. Some things are fixed just by sending the school a notice of concern. So for example, we anticipate that our credentialing questions would probably be fixed through a notice of concern, asking them, how are you going to correct these potential teachers who aren't properly credentialed? And what's the process for doing that? So that is a process that we go through. Is a lot of the time, a lot of the issues are corrected, just by us notifying that there's a potential issue, asking the school to correct, and they let us know what their corrective action plan is. Anything that rises beyond that, that's beyond the scope of what our unit can potentially do anything about, which would be issues like conflict of interest. That's when we need to reach out to the folks who oversee our program in order to get some further guidance.
Is there anything tangible right now that you see that raises red flags that the board needs to address?
We're actually not prepared to give that report yet until we get all of the information that we've gathered. But I've mentioned a few of the things that could potentially be a problem, and one could be the contract with Orange County Music and Dance. Another one could potentially be the hiring of his son, but we're not sure.
Okay, thank you. I have questions for Mr. Scott and the school representative. So my question is, here we have it looks like about 15 to 20 parents. And are these parents, do they all have currently students in your school? The ones who are here tonight?
Not all, but most do, yes. The vast majority do.
Okay. And all of you?
Don't have
Okay. I'm asking these guys. Thank you. And my second question, would it be possible to do a survey of the entire parent population to get a sense of what the 300 families, are thinking about how the school is being run and addressing some of these concerns and questions, so we can get a better sense of the entire school and not a small subset of the school? And maybe they're representative, maybe they're not, I don't know, but I'd like to have that data.
Correct. That sounds like a good survey.
Yeah, we'll conduct that, and I think we'll have high participation answering the survey.
Yeah, I think that might be wise. It would give us additional data, and it would give the staff additional data to get a sense of what the entire parent population is experiencing on these issues that are being raised.
Great. And frankly, I'm looking forward to giving the answers to the questions that have come up. the answers are there.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Oh, well, I just want to be clear. I mean, I'm trying to sort all this out. I mean, I'm very concerned and troubled by what I heard from the speakers and take everything you said very seriously. I'm just trying to think about the way we sort this out normally at complaints at a school. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm kind of new on this board, so I want to make sure I understand our process. The staff here at the department, if I'm correct, will look at each of the allegations one by one, and basically come up with an answer or corrective action or what have you, and then report back. That's what we're anticipating will happen going forward.
Not exactly. From the standpoint, as Araceli pointed out, the governance of the school resides with the governing board of the charter. So it's incumbent upon them to investigate all of the allegations of different things that have come forward and then report those out. Now, our additional responsibility, because those things have come to this board and to our charter school unit, is that we will do our due diligence to research as many of those items as we can, but there are some things that are outside of our purview that we may or may not be able to give you conclusive information on. The areas that are directly under the oversight and accountability functions of staff reporting to the board, most definitely. Financial, conflict of interest, board, Brown Act. But in terms of hiring, if there is an issue with how they hire, that's really their governing board would act on that and do whatever's corrective there. If they don't correct that, then we would report that to this board, but it's not where we would actually be taking some type of action.
We would be open as a board to provide to Araceli the open issues and the conclusion of the issues. Currently, there's 27 open issues that I'm personally tracking. Some are employee-related, some are process. They're really not policy that rises to the board, but we've taken them on anyway. And so I'll make that commitment to provide those. That gives a little insight on just the items that are our purview, so you know we're addressing them.
Do you have a wait list at your school to get in?
We are currently in finished open enrollment, and we have 237 applications for 160 positions. So starting tomorrow, we'll develop that wait list. Yes, we do.
So you're way over subscribed, I guess, as it is. So, I mean, I hate to think that it comes to this for some people, but I mean, the beauty of a charter school is you're not a captive audience. If you're really upset with what's going on, of course, the whole idea with the charter school is it's a choice. And am I missing something?
No, we'd be disappointed because we know the school's delivering great value to the children, and they're enjoying it, and they're experiencing the promise, which is instruction in Mandarin and English. And to see the young ones learning the Chinese character set, speaking with their teachers and then their friends in Mandarin and both English, that's the gold. And so we would hate to have anybody leave, but we do take your point that if we can't
changing
satisfy.
schools is tremendously disruptive to a young person. I was in the middle of high school myself, and we moved to Las Vegas, and I had to change high schools from La Habra High School. So I personally lived it and hate to think about, it was very disruptive for me personally, but I guess that would kind of maybe be it's not a good option, but I guess it's an option if you were really upset with what's happening at the school, I would think.
I might add, too, that the team that Araceli provides to us affects our board as well. She's her team's given me the coaching on the Brown Act. Just a simple example, we were not doing roll call voting, and most of our votes were unanimous, and yet now that's a new protocol. That's just one example of much of the coaching that helped us in this public environment where most of my board service has been in private environments.
And he's talking about because they do Zoom.
Yes, I assume, yes.
I
yeah,
just want to make sure to clarify.
No, that's what I assumed,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, thank you for being here. I have a number of concerns, and you probably may not be able to address all of these tonight, but I would like some answers given back to our charter school unit. I'm really concerned about the hiring practices and the allegations of nepotism. The fact that you forgot about your own policy about speaking Mandarin, that just doesn't cut it. I mean, you were the author of the petition, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so if you're the author, if you were truly the author, you should have remembered that. I'm concerned about the conflict of interests. Again, some of the nepotism issues that were raised by some of the parents. Maybe you can answer this question for me though right now. What's the status of your principal right now? Is he back from his family leave?
He is.
Okay. So the hiring of this curriculum director, was that because the principal was absent?
It's two parts. It's in our petition. So it was filling a position that was needed. And the second part is also that he was gone and things needed to be accomplished besides me being the only person.
Okay. So what is the status of that curriculum director right now? Is she working? Is she not working?
She's on paid administrative leave. We've had some conversations with our legal counsel, reading the contract and what our obligation is at this moment. It's unresolved. It's been about 3 to 4 days. So that's the status right now.
Okay, so your school is now liable for potentially some pay that you might owe her because of the contract?
Right, her
Because you didn't follow your own policy.
correct.
Okay. Okay. You also mentioned something about your complaint process, and you indicated that you apologize for the complaint process. So is it fixed, or how are you addressing parent complaints?
No, not necessarily apologizing for the complaint process. What I was referring to is that I apologize that I could not satisfactorily resolve all the complaints, and so now some of those are before this board as well. Our complaint process works this way. Most complaints begin, if it's a classroom issue, it starts with the teacher, communication with the teacher. From there, if unresolved, it could go to the principal, and then within our administration, ultimately to the executive director, and then issues could come to the board. Many of the complaints were more shotgun scattered to multiple people, and so we as a board are trying to field them. We're noting them all and then saying, who should answer this? Who would have the answer? Who would be the best person with the information? And so that's been what we've been sharpening up, is how we respond to shotgun requests that maybe have not come through a normal process and escalated to us. Then 2 board meetings ago, we decided to form a subcommittee that would allow employees who would normally have an issue, like some of our teachers, that went unresolved with the principal, unresolved with the executive director, to elect to go to a subcommittee with board members and bypass that, but then include the HR director as well. We just had our first experience with that last week, and a second meeting this week, both on Wednesdays. So we believe that functions as a nice bypass to give employees a second opportunity, because the idea came up of, you know, kind of a whistleblower idea, like I have a problem so big, but I need to go around. And so we created that to foster that communication, and so that there was not a feeling of I could be retaliated by my boss or my boss's boss. So that's where we stand right now, Trustee Gomez.
Well, the fact that you, in your own expression, a shotgun approach from the parents, tells me that the parents don't know how to complain properly, if you will, so that it goes through the correct channels to be resolved at the lowest level possible. So I'm assuming that you've got something in place and the parents are now aware of it, or is that not true?
Yes and yes. Parents have been made aware. I've done that in a couple different ways, both with a direct email to all parents, also in 2 separate board meetings. And so I would say yes.
Okay, so if they have a complaint, is it something online, a form or something they can fill out, or?
So,
you could just real quickly just tell me that?
They can raise an issue if they have well, again, I gave them a format for just as I described. If your complaint or your issue is about classroom, please start with your teacher. So I laid that out. There's not a form online to receive unique complaints. However, we do have online the ability to email board members at Irvine International, at our website. That will go straight to us. So that's readily available. Not a form, though.
Okay.
The complaints,
right.
though, begin with the principal.
I'm sorry, what?
The complaints begin with the principal answering them.
Okay, but if the principal's been on leave for a couple months now, at least, what, you said,
Correct.
like late fall and just came back in February?
Yes.
So what recourse did the parents have in that interim? Maybe that's why you've got these problems, is because.
And that's why we hired another person to help.
Okay, folks, I understand. Okay, well, the complaint process has to get resolved. I am very concerned, very, very concerned about these Brown Act issues. Mr. Scott, you're supposedly a seasoned school administrator. You should be well aware of these Brown Act situations. And so I hope that these can get resolved at the board level. I would hope that that would not come up again.
Trustee Gomez, what we have done at recent board meetings that's been helpful, we have a consultant just for that purpose now attending our meetings and coaching us with Brown Act questions. Some of those of the learnings we've had are what can be discussed in closed session. And so that consultant's been very helpful to us. I think that's truing us up to stay within all the requirements of the Brown Act.
Okay.
His name is Nick Driver.
Okay, the question is probably for our charter school unit. I believe in the contract, or the agreements that we have with all the charter schools. Doesn't it say that the board members must have Brown Act training within like 45 days or something like that?
It does, and it also, we ask them to have it annually for these reasons. I think, obviously some things don't fall under Brown Act. Some of those are like the Roberts Rules of Order, which are confusing for a lot of folks as well. But yes, we do, and we do collect that affidavit of whether everyone has received Brown Act training. I am trying to recall whether everyone on this board has. I believe you have at this point. Yes. We have seen improvement in Brown Act compliance. I think that that's probably the least of the school's issues at this point, to be honest. But there was quite a bit of confusion up until relatively recently.
Yeah. Well, the Brown Act goes to transparency for me. And I think that's what some of the issues are with the parents. They don't feel as though the administration has been transparent. So that's why I'm kind of leaning on the Brown Act a little bit. Okay.
And then as far as, I just want to address your complaint process, that is something that we are requesting the school to submit to us as well. My understanding is that they've recently completed their handbook, and hopefully they've also have included in that handbook a complaint process and procedure for families to be able to process complaints. Quite often what schools have are UCP complaint processes, in place, but if they don't have another process for just complaints that don't fall under UCP, as I mentioned
Perhaps
earlier.
you could tell the audience what UCP is.
Uniform complaint.
Okay.
Processes. Those complaints, sometimes they don't fall under that, but what we see from our charter schools, if they don't have a separate complaint process, then they just address all complaints in that way, using that process that's in place for UCP. Doesn't matter what the complaint is, that's the process that they'll use. And so we do, as you are indicating, want a written complaint procedure, and a way that families, because that's how we hold them accountable if they're following their complaint procedure. And that's one thing that we're missing right now is the ability to hold them accountable for, are you going to respond within 10 days? Are you responding within 30? You know, what can families expect as far as to know that their complaint is being heard? And you're right, I think that that is something that would then stop this, you know, them sending complaints everywhere because they're feeling like they're not being heard and nothing's happening with the complaints.
Yeah, okay, all right, thank you. And then the last thing that I would like our folks to look at, and Araceli, I think you're probably already doing this, but there was an allegation that grant dollars were used for musical instruments that are not available to all of the students, and they're only available for those that can pay for some after-school activities, so.
Right, that's new information. I mean, we understood that some of these instruments were being used for the after-school program with the vendor Orange County Music and Dance. However, we had thought that there was also music and the dance program occurring during the regular school day. And we have, I believe we have now in our, we do collect grant letters as well whenever a school receives some sort of a donation in that way, particularly when they're that large, to see if there are parameters in that grant letter on how that money can be used. Quite often it's very loose. You know, they really do leave it up to the school to determine how that money is going to be spent. And so I don't know that the money was spent in a way that wasn't allowable by the grant, but we are now concerned as well if the instruments and the things that were purchased for that grant can only be used if the family pays for an after-school program, and then on top of paying for the after-school program, pays for a music and dance class in order to utilize the instruments.
Okay, thank you very much. And I will just note for the record that I did have a conversation with Mayor Khan of Irvine this afternoon, who also expressed great concern about, she said she had heard from a number of parents, had gone to her. I don't know if it was in a city council or some other mechanism, but she did express great concern about this school and to make sure that the parents and students of Irvine were getting what they expected from your school. So
Yes.
that's all I have.
By the way, just to answer one quick question.
Go ahead.
The money used from the grant for instruments, those instruments belong to the school. And they are used on Wednesday when the music teachers come, but not enough. And I don't know if I told you this, but we're interviewing and have on EdJoin music teacher applications. We're trying to get a full-time music teacher to take advantage of the generosity for the instruments.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's all I have.
Anyone else? I don't think we have any further questions for today. Thank you for coming.
Thank you all.
Could we take a 5-minute break just to get up and stretch?
Sure. You guys good with a 5-minute break? Maybe make it 10?
Yeah.
Sure. Okay. We're going to take a 10-minute recess, and then we'll be back. All right, we're going to be moving on to agenda number 8.
Just use your big boy voice.
Okay, we're moving on to number 8.
We're calling the meeting to order. Calling the meeting to order. Everybody sit down or leave, please.
Oh, by the way, don't we have a policy that if you use 3 minutes, that's all you can use per meeting? We do.
Bring the COVID stuff.
Okay, so when we get these new ones, we'll talk about how we'll handle that. Yeah, we may give just a minute. I know, sorry.
Okay.
Unless it's a different issue.
Pardon? Yeah, Araceli.
Araceli?
Actually, no, this is just the agreement. So there's not a presentation
Oh.
from staff with regards to this.
Okay.
If you look on the,
Yeah, it's just a
it's
board
just-
action
It's
item,
just a
right?
board action item. And I sent you all the information ahead of time, so, and Explore Academy is on the Zoom to answer questions that the board may have, and I've spoken with Mr. Rowland with regards to this as well.
So do any of our board members have questions for Explore Academy? Welcome, Explore Academy. I'm sorry that we kept you waiting. I apologize. I think it's, Robert, are you on the East Coast or Midwest or someplace where it's really late? I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. But it's an honor to be here tonight with you all.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you for being kind. Okay, so,
Can I make a suggestion? Of course. Can I make a suggestion that our good counsel lead us off with a little bit of background that may be important for the record as far as filling us in with all the work that he's done on this issue?
Well, I haven't done a tremendous amount of work on this issue, but just to contextualize the issue for everybody, the board has an agreement that they have the charter schools sign when a new charter school is approved, countywide charter is approved. And historically, part of that agreement was that every time there was a new site brought forward, they would come before the board for a material revision. That's standard operating procedure. In this particular case, the board approved a petition where where Explore would open 3 sites in, I think it's the next 5 years. Is that right?
Within 5 years.
Within 5 years. So there was a discussion between Explore Academy and staff regarding whether there was a material revision was necessary. So what we attempted to do is strike a balance between the old board agreement and being mindful that the material revision process is somewhat cumbersome. So we came up with an idea that when Explore identified the new site, we could have staff just obtain some perfunctory documentation and present that to the board so that Explore doesn't have to come before you or stay up late at night to put forth their material revision, and yet the board would have some knowledge and oversight, and that would protect the board in the long run.
So as I understand it, then it's not a material revision.
No.
It's really identifying a site that they had not identified as of today.
It's giving the board the opportunity to choose the language of the agreement. The agreement, as I understand it, is redlined, so either the board could accept the agreement as redlined, they can hear what Explore Academy has to say about the redlined agreement, and then make a decision about the language of the agreement, and then we would move forward from there.
And in your legal opinion, does this language hurt the board or put
I
us in
think the language protects the board.
language protects the board?
Yeah, and it's accommodating to Explore Academy, being mindful of the mutual intent of the parties when we entered into this arrangement.
Very good.
The red line is actually the red line is from Explore. This is not our red line. So
I don't have the agenda in front of me. Are there 2 options for the board to choose?
no, we just presented what they had provided because there was the question with regards to whether or not the authority lied with staff to continue to negotiate on behalf of the board without the board being involved. And so that's when we stopped our negotiations with regards to the agreement. Because just as a reminder, the board has a standard template agreement that is attached to all the documents. And that's what we were moving forward, was the board's template. And then when Explorer came back with, some modifications on the language, most of the modifications were not of issue. And so we were very comfortable with that. The question was with regards to the facility beyond the first facility opening. And we felt that the board needed to make that determination. As Mr. Rowland has described, the concession that we had discussed was that there be an identified time period that they would provide information so that we could review the documentation, notify the board of whatever, make sure that if it's conditional use permit, if there were, other documents that needed to come forward, that we'd have a chance to look at those and related to whatever site in those locations. But they had contended that because of the petition was approved with no conditions, that my understanding is they felt that any site that they identified that was identified in the petition for the first three would not necessarily have to go through this process, that only sites, let's just say 4, 5, and 6, if in fact there were, some additional sites, would come back before the board. But I'd let Mr. Romero and the other individuals that are representing Explore speak to that, because I don't want to put words in their mouths.
Is the agreement that's been placed before the board have that accommodation that I just mentioned?
No.
It does not? Okay. That's a point of clarity. So I'm recommending that if the board wants to accommodate Explorer Academy, that they do so in a way where we provide some documentation and do not require the material revision. So thank you for that clarification, Assistant Superintendent, because that's not what you're here to approve. What you're being asked to approve is their version, which does not require any material revision or documentation. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Before Mr. Rowland leaves the podium, sir, just a process question here. We have not approved AB 361, so we should not be using Zoom to conduct this meeting. These folks should be here in person. So can you address that?
I know we haven't approved AB 369. That has slipped my mind. I didn't know that they were going to be appearing via Zoom until very late in the process.
Okay, so does that mean they should not be able to participate via Zoom?
We would have to pass a resolution consistent with AB 369 to continue to allow Zoom meetings.
Okay. But we haven't done that.
We have not done that to my knowledge, no.
So in your legal opinion, is this appropriate for them to participate via Zoom?
I think it's appropriate given the language of the governor's accommodations and the fluid nature of those orders. I think they should have an audience, and they have some people that are remote, and by technically they may not be it may not be the best practice to allow them to appear. But this is a public forum, we're giving them their voice, and this is the best way to do this.
Would it
But you
behoove
are
us to
right.
pass that resolution?
Would it, no.
Why not?
That would be subject to a challenge, and we would be substantially complying with the Brown Act, certainly, and substantially complying with the letter of the law. We have not yet passed this resolution. As I said, I didn't know they were appearing remotely until very late in the process.
Okay, so given that we didn't know that, should they be participating remotely?
They should be participating remotely, but perhaps in an abundance of caution, given that we don't have the language in the agreement that we had discussed, this may be appropriate to table or bring back at another time.
I would like to see the language changed to reflect what we're actually going to vote on, as well as have them appear in person.
I will discuss with my client the resolution, and I think that
Well,
that
we
is
are
a-
your client, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So everybody understands what's being said here, right?
Yep.
Okay. So, yes, I think it's really appropriate that we bring back an agreement that reflects the compromise that staff and I worked out and give Explore Academy an opportunity to be heard, but not take any official action given the technicality you've raised.
I would be willing to listen to what they have to say, but table the vote until next month.
Yeah, I'm confused. How did we ever get to this point? Nina, maybe, did you arrange for them to be Zoom, or did staff arrange for it to be Zoom, and why aren't they being invited here? 'Cause
They
Trustee
were
Gomez makes
invited
a
to
good
be
point.
here, but we received a message from President Barkey that they would like to participate by Zoom and to provide a Zoom link. And so, and I think that was Monday or Sunday. It was just in the last couple of days.
I think
Originally, we thought they were supposed to be.
Yeah, originally I asked last Thursday and then I requested, I believe, on Monday.
Right.
And so that's how we ended up here, which is against 361. And I tend to agree with Trustee Gomez that it may be best not to take a vote today, just for
An
the
abundance of
optics
caution,
of it.
yeah.
I mean, we probably should pass this resolution later.
Well, I have a question. What does their participation on Zoom have to do with the five of us who are in person voting? Doesn't this 361 only have to do if you are a trustee at home and you're trying to cast a vote? But for the school representatives to just comment on this, what does that have to do with us voting? I don't understand that. Am I missing something?
Well,
I think you're right. I think I would.
Mr.
I mean, that 361 has to do with
I don't have 361 in front of me, but we have discussed it in the past, you and I think you're absolutely right. If somebody has the language of 361 before them, it would be.
Ken will
but
have
the
it
trustees are
momentarily.
present in the room right now. So
Every
we-
board member is present in the room.
So our vote isn't impacted whether someone's participating on Zoom or not, because we're here. They're not trustees and voting. That's the difference, right?
I think that is a difference, yeah, but we still have the issue about the agreement, about the language of the agreement.
So it's my understanding, though, that if we were to allow a vote, because I get what you're saying, Trustee Shaw, we also have to have the ability for the public to participate remotely as well, if we allow remote. And that only allows us to do it with 361, which we have not passed.
We haven't passed 361, but I think Trustee Shaw is accurate about the exclusions. But as I said, we don't have the language in the agreement that effectuates the compromise that we're contemplating. And the agreement that's before the board is not the board's traditional agreement.
So since we have these good people who have been waiting for quite a while, some on the East Coast, should we start asking them questions or asking if they'd like to do a presentation? And we don't have to take a vote if we're not comfortable with the vote, but at least we'll be prepared to take a vote. And it almost sounds like we could take a vote if we wanted to, because all the trustees are not remote.
Right. But again, remember the agreement issue.
Yes.
Okay.
So, in my opinion, I don't think we should hear any more. I'm just reading this school and legal services, and I think we would just have to table this. I hate to say that. Is there a time issue here? Because we can hold a special meeting.
Why don't we just table it till the next
Is there
meeting?
something that we have to do it right today?
No, and our Sally could speak to that, but there's not a time issue in terms of our part. I'm not sure if there's something on Explore's side, but our Sally?
There is the board resolution states a date by which they have to by which they have to enter an agreement. And I believe that date may be your board meeting in May. But if that's not the case, we could always bring that resolution back to you this next month if it happens to be the April meeting, and ask you to extend that date for them to.
We've done that in the past.
Yeah, we've done that in the past. However, I believe it's either April or May, which means that if they came back to the next board meeting, you would be able to still meet that deadline, and it should be fine. They don't, actually begin operating for quite a while.
Yeah. With all due respect to my board colleagues, I'm just reading on some of these issues here on this legal service website. And I'm just concerned that if we go forward with this, we may be risking some problems. And since there's no time exigency on this or urgency, why not wait till next month and do it in person?
I would agree with that. I would suggest that because we can still meet that timeline, it sounds like that we can table it until the next meeting.
I apologize for the confusion, everyone. Senator Gloria Romero, is there anything you'd like to just comment before we, I think, postpone it till next month? Oh,
You're on mute. You're still on mute.
How about there?
There you go.
Okay, thank you so much. Again, too, we are not asking for any special favors. I did ask, is there a participation via Zoom? And this is, again, too, was arranged for us to be via Zoom. So I want to be very clear on that. Whatever the board's pleasure is, we will go ahead and abide by it. I will say, though, that most likely Mr. Giordano, the co-founder, will not fly out for the meeting. Perhaps we can have his statement just presented in writing at the next board meeting then.
That sounds reasonable. Okay, good. Okay, yes. And I apologize, Mr. Giordano, that the way this worked out, I really do. I did ask for the Zoom link. I didn't realize that I would be violating anything by doing that.
No apologies necessary. We're here to do whatever the board sees fit. So thank you very much.
Of course. Well, thank you for your time tonight, and we'll look forward to seeing Senator Romero and Mr. Tardif, if you're available, whoever can come next month. We'll add you to the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Moving to number 9. So do we have to do anything about 8 tabling it or anything officially?
It's just going to be delay on table. I think that's the consensus by the board.
Okay.
We have it as carryover.
Carryover. Yeah.
Okay.
And my understanding from Mr. Rowland's remarks is we would also include the agreement adjusted with the language that we talked with him about, so that you would be able to see both at next month's meeting.
And is there a chance that we would just do it with our preferred wording and let them see it and see maybe they'll buy into it before the meeting? Is that proper? Yeah,
Yes.
just to make it, just to make it quick and short.
And we had done that previously, but we hadn't talked with your counsel prior to that. So.
All right, number 9, Mr. Rowland, you are up.
Does this work by touching the green button? Thank you. I got a thumbs up from the gallery. Members of the board, Madam President, Mr. Vice President, Mr. Superintendent, staff, and public, thank you for this opportunity to present the Orange County Board of Education County Superintendent Salary Analysis.
Excuse me, Mr. Rowland, do we have a copy of that presentation?
No. There's some in the back, and we just got it done today. On May 27, I did a memorandum for the Executive Committee opining that as a matter of law, the board had the authority to modify the superintendent's salary before assuming office. On November 3rd, 2021, I spoke on a board recommendations and I made a presentation on the agenda item entitled Establishing the 2022-2026 Term Salary for the Orange County Superintendent of Instruction. And at that meeting, the full legal analysis was provided to the board members in their red folder. On February 2nd, last month, it was on the agenda again, but we bypassed it in the interest of time, and it's being brought back this evening. On November 3rd, I presented a very long chart that compared all the county superintendent salaries to the populations of their county and the ADA of their schools that they governed. While instructive, we thought that this was not entirely reflective of the day-to-day duties of a county superintendent compared with their brethren. So accordingly, we tried to find some more accurate measures to bring before the board to help them make a determination on this issue. This is the California constitutional officers. You can see from the slide that the source of the information is the Transparent California website. As you can see, our governor makes a little over $278,000, and our superintendent of public instruction makes $192,362. This is simply for informational and contextual purposes. The next matrix we tried to compare was the county superintendent's salary with the budgets over which they reside. Now, you can see in the sourcing of the slide that this information came from two disparate sources. The superintendent's salary numbers, again, came from Transparent California, and the budgets were derived from the websites of each of the county offices listed. So again, while instructive, it's not entirely instructive. As you can see, that the Los Angeles County Office of Education has a budget of $20 million. So, $20 billion, I should say, $20 billion. So you can see that that disproportionately skews the median and the mean salary numbers, and that will become important later in the presentation when you see how we present data in a way that can help the board make a more informed decision. So we went in search of a more credible single source document where we could get all the data points with a single source, and I can't take credit for finding it. It was discovered by one of our board members. To say who it was would be indiscreet. It was Dr. Williams. And the site is, as you can see, the California State Controller's Study on Government Compensation in California. And the slide that has been presented is straight off the controller's website. It shows that the Orange County Department of Education, the number of employees, the total wages, and if you look on the bottom of the slide, you can see the superintendent's salary. Now, to be clear, these are 2020 numbers. We think they may have changed since then.
Thank you.
Bless you.
Thank you.
In reviewing the website data, it became apparent to me that some of the larger county offices were not included in the website and or did not have data such as the other ones. So as a point of transparency, we put some of the 5 top compensated superintendents' salaries for you to see, but there was no single source data to compare it to. You can see on the slide below there that that as a point of, I think it's the Santa Clara County Office of Education, demonstrates that the other comparable data was not made available on the website. But we did not want to omit any larger or comparable counties from the study. And as you can see, there are median and mean averages. This is a chart based on the controller's website showing the top 12 county offices by the number of employees they have. As stated, we wanted to bring the board more data to accurately reflect the scope of the superintendent's duties. So you can see the matrix includes school districts managed and administered, because that's an important, if not the primary function of a county office of education. The number of employees that they retain, simply because the county superintendent is the employer, and the payroll of those people that he retains. As you can see, we used 12 county offices instead of the customary 10, because we wanted to show a median, average, as well as a mean, because you saw in the previous slide that sometimes a large number can disproportionately skew the data, so we wanted to provide both median and mean numbers. So the board had an idea about the data set and the context of the decision they're about to make.
Where are the median numbers?
The median numbers will be provided in each of the following slides.
Oh, okay.
This is a lot to take in, so I'm going to do each of them by the criteria presented on the chart. And to be clear, the numbers on the slides to follow came from the chart, and the chart came directly from the controller's website. School districts. There's a description of the category. The Orange County Department of Education is responsible for 28 school districts. With the recent addition of, I think it was Lowell Union, that's approximately 2 less than the mean average, but 3 more than the median. And the Orange County Department of Education ranks 5th among county offices related to their responsibility for local school districts. Employees. Orange County has 833 employees, and that's quite a few employees. However, San Bernardino, Riverside, Los Angeles, Kern, San Joaquin, San Diego, and Merced have more employees. So the Orange County Department of Education ranks 8th among county offices on this chart. Total wages. The total wages of the department is $105,779,333. Now, again, this is 2020 numbers. These numbers have likely gone up due to collective bargaining agreements or some of the promotions that have recently been brought before the board, but these are universally applicable phenomenon to all county offices. So Orange County would not be an outlier in that regard. So San Bernardino, Riverside, Los Angeles, and San Diego have more total wages than Orange County. So this slide, we came up with a criteria called administrative responsibility. With regard to the top 12 county offices of education by employee, which is the ranking on the chart, we ranked in top to bottom by employee, number of employee. These averages include the Department of Education, how the Department of Education ranks compared to other county offices related to administrative tasks such as school district management, payroll, and employee supervision. When you take an average, a mean average of the average employees' wages in school districts, we rank around the middle. We rank around number 6. As you recall, the previous slide showed the Orange County's budget was approximately 6th as well. So we wanted to have a data point for the administrative responsibility of the Department of Education as related to the other county offices of education. The next slide concerns the superintendent's salary. The median and mean averages have been provided. The Orange County Superintendent of Schools ranks 1st in salary. The state controller's website also had a listing for superintendent's benefits. The Orange County Superintendent of Schools ranks 1st in benefits. So when you take the benefits package plus the total compensation package on the controller's website, you come up with $450,454. And as you might imagine, given salary and benefits were 1st, the superintendent's total compensation is 1st in the state of California. So let me frame the discussion a little bit further, because there's a number of things to take into consideration, and there's been a number of numbers thrown at you. You have 2 sets of data points. You have the salaries in a previous slide about the top 5 superintendents by salary. The top 5, on that slide, The average salary is about $325,000 a year, and the total compensation is just under $400,000 a year. And remember, of course, that there weren't median averages provided because the data points weren't provided in the website. But if we're using these numbers, there's no same source data about school districts, employees, or total wages, so it's really hard to compare Orange County to those districts because their administrative responsibilities could be greater or they could be less. And you have the data provided from the California Controller's website. So to make the superintendent's total compensation package commensurate with the administrative responsibility as compared to the other county superintendents, it would have to be in the mid-range of that chart or approximately 6th. But remember, this total compensation package includes the superintendent's benefits. And if you refer to my memorandum, all the legal authority upon which we rely, California Constitution Article 9, Section 3.1, Education Code Section 1207, and the Attorney General opinions all specifically speak to salary. And remember, the superintendent's benefit package is over $85,000 a year. So assuming and it's unclear how it got to this point, because under Education Code Section 1209, 1209 forbids the superintendent from increasing his salary, benefits, pension, or remuneration without bringing it to the attention of the board at a regularly scheduled board meeting. Also, benefit packages are tied to external factors such as collective bargaining agreements, administrative compensation packages, benefit pension plans, and the like. So it's kind of hard to touch those. So for the sake of this discussion, assuming for the sake of this discussion that the superintendent has in fact brought his benefit package before the board at a regularly scheduled meeting, and assuming for the sake of this discussion that the board does not have the discretion under law to touch the benefit package, the only data point that the board has discretion over would be the salary. And using the California Controller's numbers to make the superintendent's total compensation package commensurate with either the median or the mean, the board would have to fix the superintendent's salary using the language of the Constitution somewhere between $265,000 and $238,000 a year. Now, the $265,000 number is the $350,000 median minus the $85,000 benefit package. Similarly, the next number, the $238,000 number, is the $323,000 median average minus the $85,000 benefit. Now, it should be made clear to the board that it's entirely possible that these numbers are low because they're 2020 numbers, and we fortunately find ourselves in 2022. The Vice President asked Ms. Hendrick for the superintendent's salary numbers. Ms. Hendrick was good enough to provide those numbers, and I'm prepared to read the email into the record right now so you get some staff perspective on the superintendent's salary. This is dated October 19, 2021. Below is the superintendent's salary information you have requested. $382,387.02. This is the base salary. And the longevity stipend of $34,762.46 annually. He does not receive any additional income, no car allowance or deferred compensation. He does not receive mileage for travel within Orange County and can be reimbursed at the IRS rate for miles outside of Orange County. He has all the statutory benefits as all other certificated employees, STRS, Medicare, and workers' compensation. His benefit package is the same as certificated and classified managers, which is currently $2,388.18 a month. So that's another thing to consider. Those numbers do not necessarily jive directly with the the publicly available information, but that's no comment on either the publicly available information or Ms. Hendricks' email. Now, the board also needs to be mindful that the superintendent is the highest paid employee in the department. So any large increase or decrease of his salary may necessarily impact the compensation structure of the entire organization. So that's something to keep in mind. Also, the board, I'm sure the board wants to continue to attract and retain talent such as the talent we have in this room. So I've given you a lot to think about. I've given you a lot to discuss, and I'm happy to answer any questions that I can.
Sorry, can you please repeat the numbers in the memo?
In the memo.
The one that you just read, the email from Ms. Hendricks to
Email, absolutely.
to Dr.
And Ms. Hendricks also provided information concerning the stipend, if you find that useful. $382,387.02. This is the base salary of $347,624.56 and the longevity stipend of $34,762.46. Those are the only numbers. The other is an explanation.
Thank you.
By way of information, Ms. Hendrick also provided the salary schedule for the stipend. Completion of more than 15 years of service, there's a longevity increment of 6%. Completion of 20 or more years of service, 8%. And completion of 30 or more years of service, 10%. So I think that's what she's making reference to in the email.
Can I ask a question about the superintendent of public instruction? You said has 192,362 with benefits, and are the benefits the same for superintendent, the state superintendent of 83Ks?
I don't know what the salary, the benefits package for the state superintendent is. I know that the governor has an extreme benefit package, including a mansion.
Right.
So the numbers provided by total from Transparent California were total compensation numbers.
Right, and who determines the salary of the state superintendent versus the county superintendent?
I think it's a legislative duty and an administrative duty at the state of California level. I don't know how the history, I don't know how we got the current salary we have. As I've informed you, I think the board has the authority to fix the salaries of the county superintendents. I don't know the basis upon which the superintendent's original salary was done. I am certain that the board has not taken a public action in the last 9 years, and I don't know if they've ever taken public action in the last 25. So I'm unclear about how the numbers got to this point in the first place.
So I just want to make sure I understand what I understand, and that is, you don't know what the benefit package split is for the superintendent of the state superintendent of public instruction. So if we look at that number of 192 and change, and then with the Orange County superintendent plus the benefits package combined, it's around 450.
The Orange County, the
number.
2020 numbers,
Right.
as we understand them from publicly available data, is the 365 base plus the
benefits,
$85,000.
So even more. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
Anybody else have questions?
Oh, sure. Well, thank you for the presentation. When this agenda item came up previously, I did go out and look at Transparent California, and you're right, the data is a year, sometimes 2 years old by the time it gets posted. So comparing the county superintendents across the state, I don't think that really takes into account cost of living as well. I just did a quick overview of Orange County superintendent, the local district superintendents. And as of Transparent California a year or so ago, the base salary for Santa Ana was 379,000 plus. Got the same salary and got the same health and welfare benefits plus mandatory retirement plus additional life insurance. Tustin Unified, that salary was 349,000. Same health and welfare as other managers plus mandatory retirement contributions. This is why when we talked a few weeks ago, I asked about this additional compensation. So Newport Mesa was 364. They got mandatory retirement plus $7,000 for a car allowance, $1,200 for a communication device, and $20,000 for moving expenses. Placentia Yorba Linda, $351,000 plus $6,000 for a vehicle stipend. Also entitled to longevity and benefits as other employees. Orange Unified, $350,000 in addition to a $40,000 a year in professional development, same health and welfare benefits. Irvine Unified, $348,000, same health and welfare. So there's a whole gamut of different benefits, and that's just the top 5 or 6. There's plenty more that are in excess of $300,000. I did ask the staff just to see what it would be looking like. I asked for the local charter schools, their principal and executive director salaries. 12 of the charter schools have salaries over $200,000, and there's a couple in there that are over $300,000. These are school principals or other administrators at the charter schools. Obviously have a lot less responsibility than the county superintendent. So I think we really, this is not a simple issue. There's a lot that goes into compensation. So I think we need to get away from base salary because there's a whole lot of stuff in there. And Dr. Majas does not get, as you mentioned, no vehicle allowance or mileage in Orange County, which a lot of the other superintendents do. So we need to look at this very closely. But I really don't, I guess I need to understand what the goal is for looking at this. Because it's going to be difficult to find good people. That was alluded to a little bit in the presentation. And it will upset the whole salary schedule of this department if this salary were to decrease. Obviously, this is a elected position. And so who in their right mind would do this if there was a chance that their salary would be reduced by the whim of the board? So I think that also is an issue. The other thing that I think is important to consider is longevity and length of service, because obviously if somebody has been in their position a number of years, their salary is going to go up compared with somebody who is a brand new superintendent and may only have a year or two of experience. Some administrators get, like I said, the car, a doctoral stipend, retirement benefits, mileage, moving expenses that I kind of rolled off here. So again, some of these local superintendents make more than our county superintendent, and that's why I think the looking at the cost of living in a particular area is crucial. So it's hard for us. I think you talked about San Joaquin was the median. I think
On
the
one
cost,
slide, yeah.
yeah, I think the cost of living in the San Joaquin Valley is quite different than Orange County. So I guess I just need to understand what the goal of this agenda item is.
Okay, let me see if I can address each and every one of those things you said. The goal of this study is to have a study completed and to determine whether the salary is perfect, whether it's too high, or whether it's too low. That's the sole purpose of the salary. This discussion. At every presentation that we have made, we have been very clear that there's no intention of either increasing or decreasing anything. We include both verbs in all the discussion. So the goal of the discussion is to simply have the board make a determination about what's going on. I would agree with you that nobody in their right mind would run for the county superintendency if their salary could be retroactively decreased at the whim of the board. The Attorney General opinions that I provided shows that you cannot retroactively decrease the salary, but you can set it before the term is assumed. And we are trying to have this conversation as early as possible because people are pulling papers. And I assume we have a lot of people in this room pulling papers. So I would agree with you on that. The comparisons to local school districts, we simply tried to provide an apples to apples comparisons about county offices of education because they're unique. And so we did not include data about the other school districts. And we do not necessarily have a breakdown from this county office of education about the superintendent's salary currently, what it is, how it's broken down, all these compensation. I just wanted to include Ms. Hendricks' email to show that she was responsive to the vice president and that we had this publicly read into the record so we can talk about these numbers that are on publicly available websites. And I agree with you again that this is a complex issue, and that's why I tried to present all the complexities before the board started having their discussion. And I'm happy to get the information that you receive from staff or any other information that they think is necessary in order to help the board make this decision. I am done talking.
I have, sorry, I'll have some statements and questions. So to begin with, always when you talk about salaries, it's always a very difficult conversation, especially in public, and especially dealing with the events of the last several years. And we're doing this, my intent has always been to be fair and equitable and to do what is appropriate. The original salary, by the way, that the question was asked by good trustee Gomez, was established by Dr. Jack Bedell when we voted to appoint Superintendent Majerus to his position. And that salary at that time was $287,500 in 2013. I did vote for Dr. Majerus to be our superintendent, but I voted against that salary because I thought it was a little on the high side. That year, the range of salaries were in Ventura 192, in Marin 245, Alameda 222,000, San Francisco 223,000, Riverside was 252,000. So the range tend to be always on the lower side, and I wanted to give a little bit of historical orientation to how we got to where we are now, because each and every year after that, there is, what is the term, Al? Step and column, where it automatically increases. So that's how we got to where we are today. The highest paid superintendent in California, I did a Google search, is James Hammond in the Ontario Montclair, and he got paid 110 days of leave at about a little over $1,200 a day on this extra pay. So we don't give that. His total compensation, I think, is over $600,000 a year for a small little school district. So the motivation behind this is just to be fair and accurate. We are given this opportunity by the state constitution to set the superintendent's salary. We want to, if we are right there in the medium, which you said about fifth or sixth, in size and superintendent.
When you compare all the matrices and averages,
the administrative duties, we're right there in the middle. Yet the superintendent is the highest paid. Now let me just break down a little bit of this. And I want to thank Renee for giving me all the data here. The data that we have originally is from Transparent California. That is based upon 220. It has not been updated. Renee was kind enough to give us the updated latest salary as of November 2nd of 2021. So the base salary is $347,624. That's just the base salary. I believe, Mr. Rowland, that's the only thing that we really are constitutionally able to change. We cannot change the 10% longevity, the health benefits, as well as STIR's contributions. Is that correct?
I'm recommending for the purposes of this discussion that we don't do it because the authority upon which we're relying just states salary. I haven't done any further research and there's no Attorney General opinions on reducing benefits packages. I can look into that if you'd like, but I just thought it would be much cleaner if we didn't touch the benefits package at all.
And I don't think we should. The benefits package, the STIRS, is, I believe, a state requirement. The health benefits we all get, and then the 10% longevity. That's something, Al, is that something that's in the contract with management?
Renee could probably speak to that better than I can.
Okay.
Yes, so all of the management, so we have 2 levels for one set of management and also senior management receive longevity stipends. All of our teachers and classified employees also receive longevity stipends.
Are the stipends the same for the teachers as well as?
Theirs are a little bit
management?
different because it's based on years of service. They actually have a lot more, and so do our classified. Our classified go up to over, I think, 14% right now. So they actually have more than what the managers have. And if you remember, Dr. Williams, that was voted in for Dr. Maharis back in, I think it was 2017, that the board gave the superintendent the longevity. So the board approved that. And so all of this information has gone to the board, and he receives the same cost of living adjustment as all the other employees.
Is there anything that you see in this presentation that is wrong?
Yes.
Share with us.
So, you know, part of it, out of fairness, Transparent California and, you know, gov.com only have the information that people provide them. So I know looking on page, you know, slide 7, their benefits are not correct, because if I just calculate the STIRS, it's more than the dollar amount that they have listed there for both Santa Clara and Alameda. So they obviously did not report probably the STIRS. They probably only reported other parts of the benefit package.
Right, and we're not talking about benefits that we're changing.
Right,
It's only
so I'm
the
just
base
saying in
salary.
some of those, and then I have actually higher salary listings on some of these districts also.
You probably have more current data.
Yes, and as I explained to Dr. Williams too, Transparent California of California.gov base a calendar year, and when you do salary surveys, you're looking at their current salary schedule, which is on a fiscal year. So it's a little bit of apples to oranges. The other thing is, when we do salary surveys, we do look at a lot of those benefits. I will tell you from my research, Dr. Maharis is the only county superintendent that does not receive medical benefits once he retires. Our office does not offer that. He does not get that. Every other superintendent in county offices looks like they had that. San Bernardino just added it also, and they get it for them and their spouse after 5 years.
Who added that? Who made that
Their
decision?
board would have to make that decision.
Their board made that decision.
Mhm. As you would have to if you would get something like that
Same
also.
with the longevity.
Mhm. Yeah.
Okay, so tell me a little bit more about that. So that is lifetime medical that they gave
For them and their spouse, yes.
for them and their spouse?
Mhm.
And you probably can quote me some actuarial studies. What is that worth?
I would say a lot of money based on our age would be a guess. I mean, something, yeah, I think we'd all love, but financially it's
But
not.
Once you get vested with Cal STIRS or Cal PERS at some point, I mean,
I'm sorry, what?
Once you're vested with Cal PERS or Cal STIRS, don't you get that health benefit in retirement anyway?
No. No, they don't. They
Not-
do not.
Well, not with STIRS?
No,
or-
they do not. You can purchase, but the health benefit, that is only for your retiree benefit. That's not for your medical benefits. Most districts negotiate that as a benefit for their employees. And so some districts, a lot of them used to have longer benefits. Mostly now they're just up until age 65 or 70 based on that. But most districts have tried to move away from that. Our district has never had that. As long as I'm advising, I probably wouldn't recommend it because it's very expensive for the organization. Right. So, so it is a great benefit, yes.
So what district is that for that you're referring to, the board that made the decision?
San Bernardino County.
San Bernardino County?
Mhm.
And that's not included in any of the data. That would be something that's brand new information to us.
How many counties do that?
When I had looked at the list of the class 2 counties, almost not, I don't know if they have the spouses. It's very difficult. We have to actually call and ask a lot of questions to try and get that information. It's hard to get. It's not easy.
But you don't have a sense of, like, half the counties do it?
When I had asked my colleagues across the state,
Right.
they all said they all had it.
Oh,
At least up to age 65, if not longer. So that isn't something unusual that we don't do. A lot of our districts have it also. So it's not uncommon.
Just pick a number. What's it worth lifetime with the average life expectancy?
Well, if you look at it, let's say an average year is 25,000. So extrapolate that out depending on the age of the person. I happen to know the superintendent in San Bernardino is not very old. He's a younger gentleman. So, and that goes up every year, right? Have you seen your benefits go up every year? I'm sure that goes up every year, which is why it's cost prohibitive sometimes.
I like what you're sharing with us. You're opening our minds and our perspective on this. And I think that's important because we want to be fair in this. I'm concerned that we're the highest paid salary, yet we're the number 5 or number 6. And I want to know why is it that way? What can we do to be equitable and fair in making this decision?
So if you ran for county superintendent in Orange County, you have to have 2 things. You have to be a resident of Orange County, and you have to have an administrative credential. So you would think a pool of who you would look at would be some of our district superintendents. I think.
Why would they do that? That make it a lot
Trustee Gomez had already shared that the majority of them already make.
And if they get lifetime health benefits too.
Yeah, I was talking about county superintendents on that one.
Oh,
So, but some of the districts may have that also. Yeah, so that if that's who you'd be trying to attract and to train.
Could you add insight to other things that we should be thinking about? You brought up this one. Are there others?
You know, I think that some of the other county superintendents do get a car allowance. During the pandemic, that wasn't important, but if you knew how many meetings that Dr. Maharis goes to, that's a lot. We don't pay for any mileage within the county. So if he goes to any meeting in Orange County, so he could go from one side of the county to the other 2 or 3 times a day, we won't pay for any mileage for that. That's part of our policy. We'll pay him if he crosses the county line, just for the part over the county line. But those are things that are important to some. Some people they can have expenses, $20,000 for personal expenses, whatever that may be. But that's something that our office has never done either. I think you remember when Bill Habermill was here, he had an annuity paid on his behalf by the county board. Dr. Maharis pays none of that. He gets his salary and the statutory benefits. That's it.
This is a random question. Is there a model out there where you could approve health benefits for a period of years, let's say 10 years upon retirement or something like that, rather than lifetime?
I don't know how you would do that because you wouldn't know what the cost is.
Well, if it's $25,000 a year, it'd be around 200.
But it goes up every year based on what you.
So you have a sense.
Yeah, and it'd be hard to say, and I don't. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just because if you got a really young superintendent, it would be risky to say lifetime benefit, right? But yeah,
I would think so. Yes.
Yeah.
You don't know their health status. You don't know any of that stuff.
You hope they retire in another district.
Just for the organization.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, this is something that this is such a hot button in union negotiations in schools with teachers and administrators about the benefits after retirement. I can tell you about a local school district, community college district right now, that their board approved lifetime benefits and now they're trying to yank it back. And it's really causing some big trouble.
Most of our districts have decreased their benefits to only be through age 65 or age 70 because of the liability of those future claims. And so, obviously as a financial person, I wouldn't advocate for lifetime benefits. I don't think that's, a great move, but it is a benefit a lot of them get that Dr. Maharis does not get.
Well, when he retires, if he ever retires, and when that day comes, he gets Medicare, correct?
Well, it would depend if he paid into Medicare. I'm assuming he did because he came after 2012. But
Well, that's a good question. We
so,
don't pay into Medicare for him?
well, we do because he came after the date. Yes. So if you were hired before 1994, you may not pay into Medicare. You would have had elected to it.
But after 94, everyone is paying into Medicare, so.
If you came after 1994. But we have employees who have been here prior to that have no Medicare. So that's why I was just trying to clarify that statement.
So they have no Medicare.
They
What are
paid
they
into
gonna do when they get retired?
Hopefully they've been married for more than 10 years and can get their spouse's Medicare.
Oh, so they get the spouse's Medicare. I see.
Or they elected into it. We had a one-time election allowed.
So a couple things I heard from you is a car allowance. I would be against lifetime medical. There's no annuity here. I think we're a little bit over on our salary, or base salary. We cannot do anything about the longevity. We've already given that to him. We're not Indian givers. We don't take that back. Just curious, can we take it back?
I think your legal counsel said no.
If we voted it in 2017?
I am not an attorney. I'm not going to give you that opinion.
Okay.
But
Nor am I right now.
Okay. That's,
But, you know, Dr.
Nor are you an attorney, or nor are you going to give us the advice?
I'm not going to give you the advice right now. What I can
Greg, can you wait till you get?
What I can say is, Ms. Hendrick just answered the question about why we're having this discussion. I mean, this is important data, and I would echo everything she says about lifetime medical. That completely comports with my experience both at the bargaining table and elsewhere. And these are apropos things to be discussing. The reason we were revelatory about our sourcing data is that it came from where it came. We didn't have the person power to call every district and get some of this information. I think all these things are important to be considered. So you pointed out something else you thought was wrong. Is that what you thought was wrong?
On your
Yeah.
there was just some of the data is not, but it's not, it's what it says. It's just
Right,
what they
it's what they report, correct. But that's what we had to go through. We were trying to compare apples with apples. So.
And I think Dr. Liz, by just
Renee,
clarifying.
can you scoot over to the mic?
One of the reason why I was telling you about those other benefits, because when you're looking at a benefit package, if they're getting all these other benefits, they tend to have a little bit lower salary. So overall, it equals the same amount. So that was the reason why I was sharing that with you. Not saying you should give those to him, just saying that when you're looking at it from a salary standpoint, you look at all of that in total.
Well, that's why I was asking about the state superintendent, because his benefits were included in that salary of 192. Yeah.
In the past, I know state, when one of the prior ones, they get a driver and a car, and a lot of their expenses are paid for them. So, you know, all their living expenses.
Renee, on Bill Habermill, when he left, he was making approximately $300,000 a year.
I just know that if I remember correctly, I might have.
$26,000 a month is what you told me.
Yeah, could be.
How does that work when they retire? Is it an equal salary that like Bill when he left? Because he's making a lot more than that per year.
It's a calculation of their base salary based on their 3 highest years.
This is STRS.
It's a STRS
equation.
calculation,
Okay.
right? So it's their age, the number of years of service, and their salary. Average of the 3 highest years.
Of the 3 highest years. Okay. So by lowering the salary, it's not going to affect his retirement, is that correct?
Well, technically, yeah, it could. Because if he's making, say, $350,000 right now, he would get a cost of living increase next year that make it $352,000. His retirement would be based on the $350 and $352. If you lower it, you're lowering those average years.
Is it based on the 3 highest years or the last 3 years? You said the highest years, and that's what I read on the STRS site too, that they look at the highest 3 years.
Based on his years of service, that is probably correct. Or so it's I'd have to double check. I think it's just last year, last highest year, or the average of 3 years. I'm not a STRS expert, sorry, so that's kind of the minimum I know.
Okay. Well, this has been a very good conversation. Thank you for participating and contributing to the information. Dr. Maharis, anything you can help us? To put you into a very awkward situation.
Yeah, you know, I think it's the board's discretion, really. You know, we, salaries are sensitive. I realize that. But I do know this, that when I accepted the position, I was making more money than what the board offered me working with the college board. And they gave me tuition, full tuition for my kids, so I lost that.
Wow.
But, you know, because it's the college board, right? So they're invested in higher education. But the cost, you know, why would you want to leave Orange County, right? I was flying all over the country and all over the world, actually, in that job. And it just bedraggles the soul to be on an airplane, squished up. So it was great to be here. And plus, I know the county, and I've lived here for I think I've gone on 30 years now. All my kids went to school here, so it made sense. And I wanted to make a contribution at this level. But I have not, I think the record will show, I have not haggled. I've never made salary an issue. These are industry rates. It is what it is. I mean, I don't know what else to say. Like you mentioned Dr. Hammond. I don't know how he got that salary, but it was, at least I think it was lawful. Who knows? I really don't know. But I think his total compensation is, like you said, I think it's over $600,000.
Bill's is?
No, not. I was
Oh,
talking
Mr.
about
Hammond.
Mr. Hammond, yeah.
Okay.
Bill had, I think his was 318, I believe, 318 when he left. I think you brought me in at, you're right, about, was it 267? 267. 87.
287. Yeah,
yeah.
that's what Jack made the motion.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Well, there's a lot to think about. This is a great presentation. I appreciate everybody, their thought, their input. You know, I'm the one kind of pushing this, but it's not just me, it's the entire board. And so I want to be sensitive to the board on what is the right thing to do. And, you know, we have the agenda item, the resolution there. You know, we can think about this more if we want to delay it and put it on the table. Maybe consider all the other things that Renee brought up, maybe a car. Anyway,
Well, Renee
that's just
might
kind
not be here next week because of the lifetime benefit thing she just nixed.
Craig, did you say, I wanted to get this right, you said 265 was the median, 238 was that the mean?
238 was the median and 265 was the mean.
Oh, I got that backwards.
Perhaps I said it backwards. Let me double check my notes.
So, I think in HR they call this the issue of compression, where you're presumably the
Right.
boss makes more than number two, who makes more than number three, and down you go. I remember being at the city where we talked a lot about our police salaries, and of course the police chief makes the most, and then the captain, and then the lieutenant, and down you go. And anytime, if you gave a raise to the entry-level cop, it sort of had an effect of pushing everyone up. Or if you wanted to cut the police chief's salary, well, you can't get him below the captain's, or else. And so it always became a complicated thing there. So I don't want to name anyone's names, but I mean, I'm thinking about these 238 to 265 range. I'm guessing we have
We do.
other
We
employees
have
that would be
a number of employees with base salaries higher.
that would be much higher than that. I would
That's,
say.
I don't have a number in mind, but I just know. I know for a fact, I just know.
So we would then be having
Right,
the
that's why-
awkward
that's why I
situation
said,
of
yeah.
the boss making far less than their
Right,
employees.
that's why I
Yeah.
presented that complication. Yeah.
Right, okay.
What I might suggest, we have a resolution on that is looking for a salary number. It doesn't appear as though the board is prepared to do that. I may be wrong, but I would be happy to work with staff to get some more particular data that they felt was necessary if they want to work with me on that, and bring it back at the next meeting. Just to be clear, we are trying to set this number before the pulling of papers, but we can set it before the office is appointed. We cannot retroactively reduce the salary. So,
This is just a question. So what you just said is we don't have to do it right tonight.
correct.
When is, so the office takes effect July 1st, I believe.
Yeah, the Attorney General opinions say that you may increase or decrease the superintendent's salary to properly notice regular meeting before the commencement of the new electoral term.
Okay, so really we have until June to make this decision.
Right. Again, I wouldn't recommend that. I think we should work really diligently to give all the candidates an idea of what they're in for.
Can I just ask one clarification that I think you just said, but you were looking it up? Because there are a lot of numbers here. So the median for all the county superintendents is what number, and the mean is what number?
Base salary or total compensation?
Base.
And I think it was 350. The median was 350 among the top 12 districts
Okay.
by number of employees.
Okay.
That includes most of the larger counties in the state.
And
We
the,
have- we
and
have-
the mean?
The mean was 323.
Okay. Because the mean is the actual average. The median is 50% above and 50% below.
Right, it's the middle.
And right now, we're at 382.
We're not sure where we are, because we have 365 with covered California and the controller, and Renee provided a lower number of,
Well, I think that the number that Renee provided, effective November 2nd, that was the base salary. That didn't include the longevity?
that was longevity plus, that was 382, which was
The base.
base plus longevity.
Plus the stipend longevity was 34K, right?
Correct.
No.
That's what I thought,
I think it was 347.
347, 624, 56.
Right,
Right.
is the total. That's including benefits?
Oh.
including the salary plus longevity.
Longevity.
Okay, so that then, as of 2021, the base salary is more than I have reflected in these numbers. 382 versus 365.
Right, so basically, the base pay is 382, the mean is 350, and the median is 350, and the average is 323.
It's all on the PowerPoint.
Okay, so we're roughly 50,000 above
But
the,
I think also what he was trying to remind you,
The
not trying
average.
to speak for you, is that's his
Renee,
current-
can you pull the mic in
that's
front
his
of you?
current salary, and you're comparing it to salaries from 2020.
Right. No, that's,
Because there's a
That's
delay in
accurate.
Transparent California.
yeah, right.
Right, so I guess when you're saying the median, you're trying to use his new salary
Right.
and compare it to salaries from 2020.
Correct.
trying to get your job back.
Okay, right, so we're comparing it to what you have the data, for, which is 220, and this is
Right.
the new one.
Right.
Okay. So, great job, by the way, Greg. I know you put a lot of time and, it's a big, sensitive issue. It's the elephant in the room. We want to do what is right and fair and appropriate. And, maybe, I'm sensing, at least from my heart, maybe we just look at this and get some more data, and information. And the executive committee will bring it back to next month. So I'm going to make the motion on item number 10 that we lay it on the table and bring some more information back to next month's meeting. And I'll need a second.
Second.
Maybe what we could do is if we want to email maybe Renee our questions so that she has time to prepare it.
Yeah.
So that we can have a little bit more, because we're all saying we need more data, but what do we want? So if we have questions, then maybe we should get them to Renee or to Greg. I'm not sure how we want to handle it, but we need to have some sort of central point to get the data.
The normal protocol is that I communicate directly with the assistant superintendent. Associate?
Deputy.
Deputy? Sorry, I was trying to get it right.
That's
I
okay.
failed a number of times, so.
Just call me
No.
Nina.
Right, I usually do, but we're, yeah, so any questions on data points that we want from staff, I could provide to Nina through, and then we can get those questions answered. Because frankly, those are the most salient data points we need. All the other data that we've gotten all the data that is publicly available.
And just a suggestion, if you all are going to forward questions or ask for Mr. Rowland or Renee to prepare some other items, so that we can stay within board submission deadline and make sure that we can get everything on the agenda, I would ask that you get that information to Greg or myself by the 15th of March, so that they have time to do the appropriate research and answer the questions, and then we can include it in the agenda packet so that you have that ahead of time.
That's completely fair. The deputy superintendent was subtly scolding me for being late on some of the agenda items. So that's on me.
I don't think it was subtle.
It wasn't subtle? I think you could scold a lot more than that. But yeah.
Polite
So,
reminder.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rowland. All right, so we had a motion and a second. Do we require a vote on that? All right, so all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, unanimous. To vote. I wasn't sure. Okay. All right, we're going to move on to number 11. Renee, please.
So in your packet, you have the new A through G program, which is for students, the A through G that qualify for UC. And so the state is giving funds. What you'll find a little interesting is, as we put the report together, we were told last week that the state says there's an error in the calculation of funds. And so we're not exactly sure how much money we're getting today. So it is, but the services that we're going to provide will probably stay the same, but we're hoping by next month when you would take action on the plan that we would have that information. So, but this is just for a smaller segment of our students because it's only those that are taking A through G eligible courses. And so it's to help them to get a C or higher, or to at least get a C, I should say.
Will you have that information by the 15th?
I sure hope so. I think that's the first time we've had CDE pull something back like that, so I think we're all a little shocked by it. We're not sure what's happening. Is there any questions on that plan?
I don't have any
Are you
questions
doing a
on
public hearing?
It's,
Okay.
it said to open it for the public, so if we had any public comments.
And there are none.
Okay, thank you.
So the plan really wouldn't change. It might just be the dollar amount that would need to be adjusted.
I think that's probably just going to be it, because what we're doing is offering tutoring and different forms to
Right.
help get them to completion of those A through G courses.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Before you leave, just for parliamentary procedure corrections, does that count as the formal public hearing, or are we going to have to bring this back for next month?
So the code just requires that it's presented to the public at one meeting,
Okay,
and then you can't take action until the following meeting.
good, okay, so,
The
doesn't re-
terminology on the agenda is incorrect, just to answer your question. It says that we're doing a public hearing, and so normally we do a public hearing process, and it should have just said presentation in public, or presentation. We could have left the public hearing on.
okay.
So that's an error on the agenda.
Okay. Totally understand, but I just want to make sure, so we do it correctly. You are doing the plan or this presentation for the OCDE and for the CCPA, correct?
Correct.
We're doing number 11 and 12.
12 together, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, right.
Yes.
Okay.
And she should just stay up there because she's also doing 13 if you have questions.
Okay,
Or
so,
if you need to get items.
So just a point of clarification, we did 11 and 12 right now?
Yes,
Okay.
that is correct.
Yes.
And it will come back on the April agenda.
thought I fell asleep or something.
It was a little subtle, but,
Yeah,
yeah, I'm trying, just trying to
I
clarify.
thought I just like blanked out on something. Okay.
Okay, we're on number 13.
Yes, number 13, please.
Does the board have questions? Because this is just the approval of the revisions.
The revisions of the second interim, and so
What are they? Where are they?
the revisions are the first.
The variances.
The variances are on page B, they start on B26. And so in total, the budget is actually less than it was at first interim, for your information. But the variances, I still did them by object code for you to see. So starting on page B26 through B28.
So I have a question regarding that. So, you have a tab number 3 that says variances. Why wouldn't you put all the variances under tab 3?
Well, the variance was comparing it, and so we only do this parent variance for the first and second interims, and so we could put under that area for you. But that's specific to the interim reports, and so.
Right, because it's hard to look at all this and say, where's all these variances? And this is not the first time we've had this conversation. I really don't know where the variances are. I'll go through one and I'll ask you a question in a little bit, but.
Okay. I would be happy to move those for you. I mean, that's the first time I've heard that you've stated that question. You don't know where the variances are. I normally try to put them in the front of the budget packet before you start all the numbers, so. I
But
apologize that
when
it
you put a
wasn't
tab that
front.
says variances, when you put the variances there,
Yeah, I will do that.
yeah, that just makes total sense for me. So, one of the questions I have is regarding the object code for the county committee.
What page are you on, Ken?
I don't know what page
Oh,
I'm
okay.
on, I'm just talking. Let me pull
He's
out,
trying to figure that out.
Yeah.
let me pull out my,
That way we're all looking at the same thing.
well, it's an object code, and
So,
there's thousands of these object codes that,
so if I can remind you, an object code is going to be related to a service. And
right,
so county committee as a whole, they have a part of a person's salary in there for staff. And then their major expenses for legal fees. And you will see that noted in the narrative. I showed that, I broke that out as you
and
had asked.
what page are you on now?
Page B20. And so I actually put the county committee as a separate line as you had requested.
Okay, so,
Those are just related to legal fees.
okay, what object code is that?
5875.
5875, okay. And so, under 5875, we have legal fees for a lot of different entities. The board, superintendent, the OSERs, and a lot of different counter student programs, general administration. So under the county committee, their legal fees are $190,000. Could you define that a little bit more for me? What does that mean?
That was the number I was given from the team, that was what they projected their expenses to be, their legal expenses and any experts.
Okay, so it was budgeted at 90, correct?
That's what I had budgeted, yes, prior to other things that had happened, so I had increased it.
So when we passed the budget in June 30th or June 28th, around there, it was 90, is that correct?
No, when we passed it in June, it was only about 45,000 because that's the staff related. It wasn't in legal fees. I didn't have legal fees at that time.
So there was no legal fees in the budget for the county
Right.
at that time when we passed the budget. And now they got put in there?
Yes, just as yours get increased as we go out throughout the year, any legal fees that change, we will put those into the next corresponding budget.
Okay, and who put that in here? Who?
I did.
You did that. And who asked you to do that?
Well, so part of my job is to say, what are our expected expenditures? And what do we anticipate they're going to be between now and June 30th?
And do we have any redacted invoices of those legal fees or anything?
I believe you've asked that. That's a question for a legal answer, not me.
Are we allowed to see redacted invoices?
Again, that's not for me to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. We did get a response from General Counsel, and there's an open issue about whether the board's entitled to see that. And the response offered some caveats and some compromises, and I haven't had an opportunity to look at that yet.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. So for any of our legal fees,
Dr. Williams, the mic.
so for any of our legal fees, your invoices, those are public documents or anyone can get,
Correct, but there's a finer issue about whether we're in litigation or not, and that requires looking at.
Well,
My invoices are very public, yeah.
right. So our Mr. Brenner's, they're very public.
No, just the dollars, right? That's not,
Right.
it doesn't
Yeah,
have all the
these are
details.
redacted, not the
Right.
unredacted. It's the redacted invoices that's public knowledge,
Right, right.
right? And public has got access to that.
Not when you're in litigation.
So Renee, Nina, you just said that because we're in litigation, the public can't get access to redacted invoices?
I said that's a viable legal issue that needs to be explored.
So what about our redacted invoices for all our legal bills? So those have been given to the public. The Orange County Register certainly knows about it, and they publish it all the time. I mean,
They do.
they do. So where do they come from? They have to come from here,
Right.
because everything's submitted to the superintendent staff, and then the public is able to get these things.
I don't believe Mr. Brenner's invoices are publicly available during litigation. I'm not certain of that. I know that ours are in Ms. Scheidester's because we're general counsel services. Those are
Right.
different.
Right. Well, Mr. Superintendent, maybe you can help us out and give us an answer. Are the redacted invoices for litigation public accessible?
Well, I can have Mr. Rial come up real quickly, since he is our general counsel. I would say that if litigation is pending, Jeff, then they're not, yeah, they're not public, let me repeat that, so they're not subject to a public record request.
Then can you tell me why the Orange County Register has a figure on all our legal fees? I mean, how was that? If we can't have two standards here. We can't have
Right.
one for
I don't
the
believe-
department and the board.
I don't believe we have released that data.
The only thing that they will see is like this page in the booklet that says the budgeted or actual expenditures, but it doesn't delineate between attorneys. It doesn't show any of that information.
Yeah.
It just says our
Well,
total
may I
cost
ask
for legal
a
services.
very open question? Has any of those redacted invoices been released to the public?
Not from my knowledge.
So if I ask for a Public Record Act and you will tell me there's no one that has asked for this information and the department has not released these information?
Not for things that are pending litigation.
Okay, so I'll say the question again. I'll make a statement. The Orange County Register throws out a figure of how much has been spent on litigation, and they quote both what your side has spent and what we have spent. How is that, if you're saying it's not being released, how are they getting this information?
So, Ken, if you look on page B20, it says how much was spent in 2000.
But they're not quoting these numbers. They're quoting
2021.
very different numbers.
Yeah,
Then I
yeah,
I don't know.
they're perusing the budget and making assumptions. I don't think they have it down to the penny. They, because we have not provided that information to anybody.
But our agenda has numbers on it, so if they know which attorneys are
Right.
attached to which litigation, they could make that assumption. So if you look at agenda item 4 and 5, that gives the attorney as well as a number. And that's just a number. We don't know nobody knows what the detail is. So they could extrapolate that.
Yeah.
So there's been no redacted invoices from either the GC or the budget or the county committee, or any of these other ones that's been released to the public?
The GC is completed.
Okay, so that's released. Okay, so the ongoing budget issue, you're
Still-
sharing with me, and Al, you're sharing with me that none of those redacted invoices have been released.
Not that I'm aware of.
I think the distinction, I think where we're having a misunderstanding is that the articles in the Orange County Register were about the general counsel litigation, and that's over. The distinction is ongoing litigation versus completed litigation. I think that's where the confusion lies about where they got the number and when. So we still may get some of this information. The department has been willing to discuss it with us.
So, are the contracts then, Al, for like Chidester or Brenner, or Leonia, are they public knowledge? Because the staff has all that.
You mean
If there was a PRA request, would you give out a copy of the contract?
Those are approved by the board, if I'm not mistaken, were they not?
So can I just clarify, because the Public Records Act is still going to go through our attorney's office. And so normally if it's under litigation, he's going to instruct us we're not allowed to give that information.
Yeah.
So all of our PRAs go through legal first before we gather the information.
Right.
Okay.
That's correct.
So getting back to the original issue then, for the legal fees for the county committee, it was zero, you say, in the last budget?
That for legal fees?
Yeah.
In the June, yes, that is true.
Okay, zero, and now it's $190,000.
Correct.
And you don't know who asked you to put that in there, but you were just told to put it in there, and you don't remember who
Well,
told you to put
I
it in
asked
there?
them what they estimated their costs could be between now and June 30th.
I see.
And that was the best estimate they could
So
give me.
those legal costs, what they're asking for a variance, and that's what we're gonna be approving today, is $190,000?
Well, you're also increasing your legal fees,
Mm-hmm.
right? So, I
Oh,
mean,
yeah.
they're all part of that also, because at first interim, I had actually decreased the legal fees because we only had one litigation going. I assumed that meant that the cost would decrease from what I budgeted. And since that time, there's 2 other lawsuits, so I had increased that.
What did you increase it for the superintendent and the board?
So you can see it went from, the first interim budget for the superintendent was 1.2 million. I increased, wait a sec, I'm not sure I can actually see this without my glasses. So the board went from 1.2 to 2.2, and the superintendent went from 325 to 425. Because he's only party in one suit.
So that increase is based upon the other pieces of litigation.
Mm-hmm.
Did I hear you say that you had budgeted for the county committee to have a staff person?
They've always had a staff person assigned to them for their regular meetings, so they have a portion of a person assigned to them. So it's like about $45,000 for the last 1,000,000 years, so.
They have a separate person than a Daru, for example?
Well, it is like a Giroux, but a portion of her is charged, just like a portion of her is charged to the counties.
Right.
Right, so a portion of that person is charged to that budget. So it's not a separate person, it's just a portion of a person who works with them.
So to Ken's question there on the county committee, that line, is that both the county committee as well as us, the board? In this litigation, is that what that line item is?
So the
or-
190 was for the representation for the county committee, and then in the board piece is where I increased their cost for that litigation and any other litigation pending.
Does the legal fees, does that include the demographer fees?
For the county committee, or I think for both parties, because both of those were engaged by the attorneys. No, yours does not include that, because your demographer was separate, I believe. We had a separate contract for your demographer.
So the county committee engaged their demographer, how?
I actually don't have that information, I'm sorry.
But this money does include the demographer or does not include the demographer?
I believe it does include the demographer.
You're not sure though?
I'm not sure, no. I could get back to you on that information.
So the demographer that was hired, we don't know if it's in this legal fee or not. That's what I'm hearing from you. Is that correct?
She's gonna look it up.
I'd have to
I was
look it up.
looking at Dean, but
My understanding was I asked for their total cost,
Mm-hmm.
and I didn't have a contract for the demographer, so that was my guess. I could be wrong, though. I'd have to look that up. I was just trying to look for a dollar amount to put in there.
And so what we're doing is we're approving the variances. That was 0, and now it's at 190,000.
And all the other legal fees that went up. In total, the variances are actually less than the last budget you approved, though. In total.
So can I ask a question? Does Mr. Real not know if the demographer is in that 190?
That wasn't who I was working with on this.
Okay, so another staff member you were working with. Okay. What are some of the other variances that we should be aware of?
Like I said, most of them are decreases. I increased costs for utilities. We're seeing obviously an increase in gas and electricity. We have an increase in.
Is there a page that I'm sorry?
Page B26 is all the increases over 25,000.
Okay. Okay. So the casualty insurance, that's up $50,000?
I'm anticipating it will be, yes. And so, remember I spoke to you in the past about AB 218, which is the allowing people to sue for sexual molestation going back forever. And so because there's been so many claims statewide and we're in a statewide pool, we're assuming we're going to have another assessment for that.
Got it. Got it. Okay.
What about the rentals, leases, and repairs?
So the rental leases and repairs is we've had CPI, the cost of leases going up during the year. And then also some of the leases that I had planned to terminate as we moved into the new facility because we're running behind. We probably won't be able to terminate them on time. And so it'll be more than I had budgeted originally. And then we hadn't planned for any off-site rentals for events because of the pandemic. And now it looks like we may have some of those towards the end of the year. So I budgeted that also. Instructional consultants was another increase, and that was mostly due to some of the spending some of the COVID mitigation funds on some expanded learning opportunities. An improvement to buildings was another large increase of 1.2 million, and that was for the I talked in the past about the shade structures we're building using federal funds. And so the shade structures, I had budgeted for a portion of them, didn't quite realize how costly it is to actually put them in the ground. And so by the time we got all of our fees for and architectural drawings for that, that increased that budget. But those we'll have shade structures at the brand new site, at Harbor Learning Center. At PCHS, we put Wi-Fi capability in their outdoor patio area so kids could get connected outdoors and other shade structures in some of our special ed sites.
Is there any indication or, excuse me, any reference to the Rancho Sonata fire and build out and all those costs?
We don't have those costs in there yet, but I can give you an update if you'd like.
Sure.
So we did just meet with Inside the Outdoors Foundation, which is a community group that supports that. And kind of we're trying to get some ideas from them as we go out for the RFP for an architect of what would be the most important items to look for. And so that was a very, Dr. Olmsted helped chair that with me. And so they gave us a lot of valuable input of what they'd like to see. They'd really like to see a center that could be used possibly on weekends also, and to have it geared towards that outdoor environment. So they're pretty excited to be involved. And so they gave us a lot of great ideas. Actually, even gave us some pictures of what they'd like to see and things like that. Not saying that's what we need, but they're just trying to give us ideas of other things they'd seen. They also would like for it to be LEED certified, which means it's a green build. And so that is something we definitely could look at too. So we hope as we get down the road, we can kind of give you some of that information and go out for the RFP for the architect.
And how much money are we going to get from, are we self-insured or are we
No,
getting money from the insurance?
we're getting
company?
money for the insurance. And so
How much are we going to get?
I probably knew that earlier today, Dr. Williams, but I'm sorry at this point on the top of my head. I honestly,
That's okay.
I can't remember.
Round figure, 2 million, 3 million, 4 million?
It's more than 3 million.
Okay.
But one of the things we'd asked them is, there was a pond there. Be very expensive to retrofit. Was that a priority for them? They said we'd rather see a teaching center instead. So those are the type of things. We are going to house the animals at Harbor Learning Center, actually, at one of the access sites, instead of putting it back in a fire zone. And so that helps us to not replace those areas. And they were pretty excited by that also.
$4 million, you're not going to get many buildings built. It's not going to be anywhere near what it was.
No. Yeah. I'll get more exact figures for you.
I mean, that's
They weren't really big buildings to start with, so I think that's part of the issue. They give you a replacement cost for what you had, and we may want to do something different than that.
The framework for some of those buildings, the fireplace, chimney, that's have to be all destroyed.
Yeah.
So have we done that process where we've taken everything out?
Taken everything out that was hazardous and that could be a danger. So that was all removed, and some of the footbridges have been rebuilt for safety purposes, and we have weed abatement regularly going on there.
What about reaching out? I know this is a separate off the topic, but this is very important to the board. Getting a corporate sponsor for building something out.
So that's actually what the ITO Foundation is going to help us with, because they are already, that's part of what their goal is. And they have a lot of corporate sponsors. And so Boeing and Disney have been big supporters of that program. And so that's part of why that partnership with them is going to be really important moving forward.
Okay. Yeah, maybe you can bring us up to date next month on that. That's all the questions I have about the variances. One more question. What happens if we don't
Can you raise
approve?
your mic?
What happens if we don't approve the variances for the county committee legal fees?
Well, technically, this would revert back to it would revert back to the prior budget, which is the first interim, which is more than this budget.
What was the money at the last one put in?
In total, this budget is lower than,
No, for the county committee, the variance. Doesn't it come from, it was zero in June 30th of 2021, right?
but I believe you have to look at the budget as a whole. Total expenditures.
So again, it's just an academic question. If we don't approve the variance, we make a motion to approve all the variances except for the county committee.
So you're going to not approve your legal fees either? They're all part of that legal section.
I'm just curious what would happen. I'm not saying I'm going to make the motion, just curious as to,
I don't think I'd be the appropriate person to answer that question.
Al, could you answer that?
Yeah, we have a statutory responsibility to serve that committee. And that's why I'm ex officio on that board. I don't participate, but that is my title. And
Same as here, you're ex officio on the secretary for this board, too,
right,
right? Yeah,
exactly.
okay.
So because of that responsibility, we support it. And remember, that's a redistricting committee. They do a lot of work beyond the doing, the boundaries and reacting to the census. So they're doing other work too. Periodically, they will meet on redistricting issues. For example, they were very involved with the annexation from Lowell, from LA to Orange County. So,
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'll clarify for a little. That is a mandated service for this office that's written in
Yeah.
code. The other thing they do is like when districts have moved to trustee areas, they've been part of that. And then they are responsible anytime there's a change of territory between districts. So that's all part of their mandated service.
yeah, and it is an organized body. They have a chair, they elect their officers, and they made the requests, the demands for their own demographer, as well as their own attorney. So Mr. Real has supported them, but they also have an external law firm that supports them.
Yeah, we know that.
Yeah.
That's not in contention here.
I'd just be curious about a couple of things before we come together again, and that would be the 5810 consultant instructional. I'd like to see line item on those, who those are.
Those were actually in the
contracts
I can give
Yeah.
you that, but they were actually in some of the plans you've seen prior.
Yeah.
And
I
so
just,
I can.
mean, I can't remember, you know, I just need
Okay.
to see them every time. And then also 5851 on the services contracts for the non-instructional consultants as well. And then where's the lobbyist in all this list?
The lobbyist is under, I believe, 58. I'll have to double check. I think it's under 5851
5851?
or 5865. I'd have to double check.
So yeah, that's why I want to see those lists. Yeah, the other services contract too, yeah, because those could be, I guess, not technically consultants, but service
Anything other
contracts.
things, yeah.
Yeah, just to see those, that would be helpful. And yeah, I want to know what the lobbyist line item is.
You want to, I can give you a list of all of them with the programs?
Yeah, all of them, the dollar amounts.
Okay. So I can give it to you in two formats. One's easier to read than the other. So one would be by every program and their total amount.
Yeah.
And then the other one would be some detail of that.
That'd be great.
Okay?
Thank you.
So can I clarify 5865, 5810, and 5851?
Yeah. Yeah. Those are probably the most important that I want to see. Okay. Anything else you guys want to see? Any more line items? No? Okay. Thank you.
We need a motion.
Does anybody want to make a motion to approve?
To approve the budget?
To approve.
The variances,
The variance?
yeah.
Well, I want to see those, I want to see the line items of those things first.
Okay.
So I'm not ready to approve.
All right. Is it something that we don't have to approve today? We can wait till next month?
Do we have any deadlines on this?
Renee, you want to address the deadlines?
I think we do, it has to be done by a certain date. You know, if it's March, it's coming up.
Yeah,
due
March
date.
15th.
Yeah. So we only have 13 days to do it. I don't know if I want to come back.
Okay.
Is it that important?
Well, I mean,
Come back for a special meeting just?
no, I mean, we can approve, but I still want to see it.
Okay, no, I think that's reasonable. But we do have a duty, I believe, by code to make the approval by the.
We can approve and I can
15th.
still see, we can still see it for the.
Well, I need a motion to approve it, so did
I'll
somebody?
second.
Who made the motion?
I thought you did. I thought
Not
you just
me, I said we need one, I
Oh.
didn't make it.
I'll make the
You said
motion,
you
I'll
did.
make the motion to approve it, but I still want to see the list of the codes that I asked for.
All right, I'll second.
All right. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Passes.
opposed?
Oh,
Everybody?
any opposed?
No, I just didn't hear everybody, so.
No,
okay.
I think
Everybody,
everybody.
thank you.
All right. informational items.
Yes, okay, Madam Chair, I'll be quick because I know some of our
Oh,
parents
I
are
think
waiting.
we still have a section here, sorry, I think we still have communication, information, discussion, website report, are we doing that?
Yeah.
Not that I don't want to hear you, I just,
No, we can let the superintendent go.
oh, you want to do that?
Yeah.
Okay, we
It's
can
up to
move
you.
to that. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, and it's good to be with you today, members of the board. Let me just report on some quick things here. So we just celebrated Black History Month, and we sponsored a colloquium under the title of Know My Name, Face, and Story, which we believe is necessary for complete student engagement in our classrooms. And we had Christopher Downey, who is the superintendent of the Anaheim Elementary School District. We had Carol Hodgespeth, who is the deputy director of the Education Trust West. Bobby McDonald, Robert McDonald, we call him Bobby, president and executive director of the Black Chamber of Commerce. And Dr. Ian Williamson, the dean of the UCI Paul Mirage School of Business. He's brand new to UCI, amazing person with a vita that's very impressive. If you haven't met him, I'm sure you're going to enjoy meeting him sometime soon. But I'm very excited with his work. And also want to let you know, so that went very well. We had a number of people, but it was all done via video conference, so a Zoom. I also had a chance to participate in a forum that was sponsored by Core AME Church here in Christ Our Redeemer Church here in Irvine. And Nina also participated, and she was a panelist, as a matter of fact. And the purpose was to look at the hate crimes that are being perpetrated against Black students in particular, and also brown students. And we had an incident, you probably read in the paper, of a young man who was taunted. He was on a basketball team from Saddleback, I believe, right?
Portola.
Portola. But what district? Saddleback? Where's Portola?
Irvine.
Irvine, that's right. And he played against Laguna Hills High School, and
In Saddleback.
yeah, South County, and the kids were unbelievable at what they were doing. They were using the N-word, they were using expletives beyond that from the bleachers, and the young man was so poised at this forum, and he said, you know, that didn't shock me, that what the things they were doing, it was hurtful, we were saddened. He said the difference this time is they were caught. They were caught. And you've seen these crimes proliferated around the state. So it's still an issue, unfortunately. I believe it to be a sin. And as long as there's the devil roaming the earth and people are sinning, it'll be an ongoing battle. It's something that we have to face all the time. And we're doing that with Dr. Williamson, who's the pastor of the church, and others, and starting to work perhaps with a little bit more breadth across the county and to engage our school districts. So there will be more to come on that. And I know, Nina, that you and the pastor are working on some of the details there, right? Yes. And we'll be able to engage further. So I wanted you to know about that. The other thing is the two items that you approved today on the A through G requirements. There is an abundance of money here. Renee really doesn't know how much because we don't really know, but the problem is that not many county offices are availing themselves of this because they don't offer A through G courses, and we do in Access. We do at our academy, and the A through G courses, as you know, are aligned with the University of California, and the California State University system has a very similar model. So that's testimonial to the high expectations that we have within Access. So I just wanted to point that out. Also, on Saturday, I participated in a fair for our new Afghan refugees. There were a number of people that were at this fair, including Tom Chafee from the Orange County Board of Supervisors, as well as Lisa Bartlett. And we had a number of our people. I just wanted to thank them. That's Jonathan Swanson, Stacy Debo Reynolds, Kathy Boyd, Denise Harshman, Omar Shepard, and Wanda Soix. Pronounced that correctly? And I was there, and Dr. Chow was there from our HCA, and it was a great fair, an opportunity. It was a health fair, but we did more than that. We tried to work with our Afghan students. And we're working with them right now. As a matter of fact, we're working through our CHEP program. So that has been positioned right now to serve as a newcomer school for these young boys and girls from Afghanistan that are here in our county. They're here as residents, legal residents of the United States, and we're doing everything we can to help them. The Orange County Healthcare Agency has been the Orange County Social Services Agency has been very helpful to us. In fact, one of their managers, Laureen Montagnon, I guess it's a French name, was extremely helpful on that Saturday. And so what we're doing is providing educational support for these young kids, and we're doing everything we can to get them acclimated into the school system here in Orange County. And I'm really thankful for the work, Christine, that you and your unit are doing to make this a smooth transition. There are 60 students enrolled right now in 3 locations here in the county. Okay, then also I wanted to report on the students from 23 local schools prep for National History Day, Orange County. So nearly 250 young historians representing 23 schools and 7 school districts will showcase their original exhibits, historical papers, websites, documentaries, performances, posters, and even podcasts at the upcoming National History Day county competition. This is hosted by the Orange County Department of Education, and the event will occur, if you're interested, on March 11 and March 12. And think you would have a great opportunity there to watch our young people engage in civics and really dive into the matter of history at all levels, you know, both local, state, county, state, country, and world history. Then I wanted to let you know that a pair of students in the Newport Mesa Unified School District achieved a perfect score on the ACT, and one of them did it on the ACT and the SAT.
Wow.
So that's pretty impressive. For this fifth time in 6 years, Irvine's Woodbridge High School has won the Orange County Academic Decathlon. The champs now get to compete for a state title, and they'll have plenty of company from Orange County. A total of 10 OC schools have been invited to the California Academic Decathlon based on their overall team scores. So our schools are doing an amazing job. You know, we obviously can do better, which is the quest. But when you look at the metrics that we're doing, you heard me say this before, when it comes to like courses of rigor, the courses that are complex and challenging, that are necessary to get the persistency to get through a college degree. You know, a lot of people have tried out of the university system after year one, their freshman year. But to keep that persistency, the grades that you take and the courses you take from grade 9 through 12 will determine largely how well you'll do at the next level. Obviously, we also teach agency, so you need to have those habits of mind that help kids navigate. When it comes to SAT, our kids are at the top. People come to this county to look at how are you teaching advanced placement courses, and how are you getting students, you know, ready for the next level of university. And our kids are doing very well there. We have a lot of metrics to share with you if you'd like to know more about that, but I know it's late and the parents are waiting.
Real quick, a question here. Great stuff you gave us, but if I had to ask you, what were some of the significant governance issues, contracts that you signed, decisions that you made, that would be of equal value to this board? Could you, anything that comes to mind?
You mean with this thing that we're doing here?
Yeah, under superintendent's report. It's nice to hear all these
Yeah.
feel-good things, but of significance and importance is, what are the governance decisions? You know, we learned a little bit about our ITO program, but like what
You mean
contracts have you signed? What else are you doing? Anything we should know about contract negotiations, anything of significance like that?
Well, like with the Afghanistan, they're students who are here in our country, so we naturally have to serve them. They're entitled to an education, so we.
That's not my question, though, Al. My question is, what else is going on in the department besides all these things you did? Events, contracts,
Well, for example, we had an important Zoom meeting, was it yesterday or Monday, about the masking in the schools. And I think constituents are very curious about what Clayton Childs said and what you said and what was discussed. I mean, that's something that we should be talking about.
Sure, we can talk about it right now if you want to.
Yeah, I mean, just giving a
Well,
update on what he said.
we meet weekly with our superintendents. I think you know that.
No.
And it's, yeah, well, we meet weekly with them.
You mean all the district superintendents?
Yeah, yeah.
Where do you meet?
It's via Zoom.
Okay.
And we also meet once a month to talk about other issues besides COVID. But the one meeting that we have per week is on an update on COVID. And usually Dr. Chow is at that meeting. And we meet periodically with the charters and the private schools. And that's the meeting that we did on Monday. And that was to update them on what the governor had conveyed in his press release, and then also what the head of the California Department of Public Health stated in terms of the masking, which was heavily publicized, so I assumed you were already in sync with all that information.
We were on the call, but, the public may not have had an opportunity to be on such a call.
Yeah, you must have been invited to that, because that only goes to the heads of the private schools and the charter schools. We have a listserv, and every once in a while, we provide that for them. They start, of course, they want to know. They're asking a bunch of questions, so that's what happened on that day.
So essentially, March 12th, the masks are going to be
Yes,
strongly recommended,
strongly recommended.
not necessarily optional.
Exactly. So come, as Dr. Sparks mentioned, on the 12th of this month, it'll be strongly recommended.
This morning I was at Peterson Elementary in Huntington Beach. I went for the Read Across America. It's an annual event, and had the joy of reading to 3 different classes, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, Dr. Seuss stories. And I must say those children are very excited to have their masks become optional. They were commenting on that.
Yeah. Yeah, and I know it's, I wear my mask sometimes when I see others wearing masks because I'm trying to be sensitive to what they may be up against. But we have a lot of parents, believe it or not, who don't want the mask to come off. You have that happening. And it's just,
And they have that
I
right.
think that's
that
fair.
dynamic.
I think that
Yeah.
to keep it optional, I think is very fair.
Right. So I think the balance is right there. I think we've got to that point of balance. Some people argued, why did you have to say strongly recommended? Why did you have to use those terms, which can invoke in others this need to comply with a health standard? But that's what the Dr. Galley, who's the head of the California Department of Public Health, said to us. And that's what came out of the directive. That we would make that comment to kids. But again, it pretty much is optional.
Yeah, so it's not required, but strongly recommended.
Right.
And the language, I guess, matters, but people can decide. And I guess districts can decide how they want to handle it, or separate schools.
Districts can decide to, impose something different, not less, but perhaps something more than the state recommended. I just don't know how it's going to work out. We have 29 districts, 28 besides us. So it'll be interesting to see when that finally happens, what boards do. I mean, it may be surprising to you, but we have some of our districts who are saying that they, at least what I'm hearing preliminarily, and again, we'll know on the 12th, that they found a balance point with the mask. And many of their parents, especially if their parents have no health insurance, they're afraid. And maybe it's a sign that they don't have the right knowledge in terms of understanding the science. But many of them believe that to take the mask off might imperil their children. If they have no health insurance, then what do they do?
Well,
those people I don't think are writing to us, because I think Daru might, I don't know if you noticed what you forward us, but I would say it's at least 30 or 40 to 1 against wearing masks. Most of the parents that I get emails, and I actually try and respond to most of them, are saying, please let us decide. I would say I can only remember one in the most several weeks where they wanted to keep masks on. So if that's the way they feel, they're not reaching out, at least to my inbox. And is that what the rest of you are
And
saying?
I would say the
as
same
well?
for interpersonal conversations, you know, when I'm not in the community.
Yeah, I think there's a silent part of the community that doesn't get involved. I mean, you saw that, I think that Times article where 2/3 of those polled. And then, of course, people are suspicious of the polling, but nonetheless, there is an article written by the LA Times and it's a research study done by Cal Berkeley. 2/3 wanted the mask to remain. So,
Well, and I think just the balance of letting parents decide, I think, is a good balance.
yes,
Because
I agree with you.
I think we'll see a lot less responses from parents if we let them make the decision.
Yeah, and we wrote a letter, the superintendents, and engaged and created a letter, and I sent it up to the governor and to the head of the CDPH and some of the other agencies up there, asking that metrics be defined clearly. And we had recommended metrics so that they're not just shooting from the hip.
Did we ever do a survey of parents about attitudes toward unmasking or how to
Well,
handle it?
No.
I mean, I'm even getting snail mail about it. I don't know if the rest of you got this, you know? That's the first snail mail I've had, but I received very little mail to please enforce masks. And I think it's because parents feel if they want to, they can. It's mostly the parents that are upset that feel like it's being forced upon them and they're losing the parental rights. And that's what I'm really hearing from those who write for me. And I don't think it's just my district. I think we're all getting the same emails.
I would agree with you. I'm glad that we're getting closer to being freed of a lot of these mitigation efforts that we've exercised. I'm happy about that.
And I think the parents are. I think they do feel that we should be honoring the parental rights. So I think the closer we get to that.
I agree.
All right, are we going to move on to the deputy superintendent?
I just wanted to remind you, the next board meeting is April 6th, regularly scheduled at 5 o'clock for the general, closed session at 4. But April is the month that you do your budget study session. So the question would be whether or not closed session would be at 4 and you do your budget study session from 5 to 6, or whether you wanted to identify different time frame. But typically your budget study session is an hour, and I'm not sure if you are ready to decide that tonight or not, but I just want to make sure that we get that posted accurately so that the public is aware what time the budget session, study session would be as part of your agenda.
Can the public attend that if they want, or is that just?
Yes, because
okay.
you're
Okay.
here, but it's segmented so that it's just for, questions that you have with regards to budget. Renee can provide information and so forth. And
We don't have any inter-district transfers coming up that we know of. Okay, so how would the board feel if we did the budget study at 3, did closed session at 4, and start our meeting at 5?
Or do closed session at 3, and either way, I'm okay. Starting at 3?
Yeah.
So we would still hold the traditional public meeting starting at 5. We'll do what we probably should do is the closed session first in case people want to come to the budget. We don't
Right.
want them to
Okay.
come to the budget from 3 to 4 and then sit and cool their heels for an hour. So why don't we start with
Excellent.
closed session at 3 if that works for our legal counsel, and then do the budget at 4 and then the traditional meeting at 5.
so you'll notify your council with regards to the
Yes,
change.
council so notified.
Thank you. And then my other question for the board, the Memorial Day essay contest, we have sent out information to students in the Access program. And this year we included also our special education students in our other program. So we're hoping that we'll be able to get combined essays from both Anna Lee and Burns' respective divisions, which should be exciting this year to see some come in. And I know the board expressed an interest to participate in the judging, and so I wanted to find out if you all want a subcommittee of the board to participate along with our teachers to for a designated time frame that will identify, or how you want to move that interest forward. Right now, we have set a deadline for essays to come back from students of April 1st, but just historically, sometimes our students aren't timely, and so we extended another week. So I just want to make sure that, I'm giving you all some information, for you to think about and to let me know. That decision doesn't have to be made tonight, but I did want to remind the board, I have received information from most of you with regards to what you want to contribute toward the Memorial Day essay contest. So thank you for that information.
Has the staff been given the opportunity to donate to?
Mhm.
Has there anybody come forward?
Not as of yet.
I did.
Oh, well, now you just heard
Thank you,
superintendent.
Dr. Maher.
So,
Pleasure.
and then just as a reminder, we're getting close to CCSA conference is March 14th through 17th. We have Ken, you, and Lisa registered. Mary, we received your information, and we were able to transfer that to Becky because we hadn't done her registration yet. And so that's going to work out because it was too late to cancel and get a refund. If you all have not filed your Form 700 electronically, please do so. I believe another reminder was sent for those of you who haven't done that yet. And also, as you heard the conversation about National History Day, we will try to send an email. It looks like it bounced back with the description of timeframes and so forth. So I'll resend that information to you all. And if you're interested in having a tour during the National History Day program, Dr. Olmstead's staff will make that available to you and has offered that to you as well. So, and that again is, I believe, the 14th of March.
11th and 12th, second.
I'm sorry.
11th and 12th.
I'm sorry. Yes. I wanted to make sure I gave you the right. The 11th. Yes, the 11th and 12th. Look at my email. Only performances? Thank you. But the flyer is what, for some reason, it looks like it didn't go through, so I apologize for that. And then the last, you have your OCBE at a glance, so please, and this is helpful, not only to give you an idea of what's upcoming, but if there's something that you see upcoming that we need to adjust, we would like that feedback from you all also. And I know, because I noticed historically, your July board member assignments, you've historically, last couple of years, you've been carrying that over to August, just because, it's a new month. So I just want to put that in for you all to think about and look at to make sure that we're capturing the annual things that occur, during those months. But if there are other things that we need to add or delete or change, then please let us know.
Well, I think the reason we moved that to August is that, especially in an election year, we're swearing in people in July.
Right.
And so we give them all the work, the new people, right?
And especially this is an election year too, so from that standpoint, you may want to anticipate that, regardless of what the outcome is this year, and in subsequent years, it's often difficult also for people to know what those positions are. So, okay. That's all I have for you.
Yeah, just a few comments about the website. I'd like to add Tim back onto the committee so that we can work
I
together on
second
that.
that.
But does Tim want to be added on to the?
Yes,
I triple that.
Yes, please. And then I'd like to ask the board if everyone could send in their updated bios, because I think we all have kind of older bios on there that need updated. So if you could send those in to
Yours has
Drew.
been, yours is updated, right?
I'm good.
Tim updates his regularly.
Okay,
so
well, I think many of us need to. I know I need to, and I think maybe Becky needs to. I don't know. Anyway, each person, if you would just double check and see if you need to update your bio, that would be helpful. And then, just, I'd like to set up a meeting because like, for some of the visuals, like the picture that's the holding place doesn't have any of us sitting at the dais, but we have a lot of pictures that could be uploaded. I just don't know where those pictures are. And so I need to talk with your tech guys about.
Yeah, because I feel like we take pictures all the
We take pictures
time
all the
that we give
time, so,
awards, and
yeah.
those should go on.
Yeah.
And, like today, I know pictures were taken at Peterson Elementary. That would be fun to have the
Sure.
kids. I don't know if we can do videos, but they sang this song of Cat in the Hat
Right.
that was like amazing. I did like just a 10-second video,
Yeah.
so you don't have to listen for an hour.
Exactly.
But,
So if Tim is willing to join the committee, and then we can set up a meeting with your
Sure.
tech team and have a point person to send things to.
Right, and if we can maybe set the parameters, you all as a committee, and then bring back to the board, because the posting of items has typically been that you all just send those to us, and, we get your bios updated, or if you're wanting a document from the agenda or the board meeting, we get that posted. But if there are pictures, like now you're moving into this new era and so forth, then it's a consensus of the board. So from the standpoint, if that responsibility is delegated to the committee, we're fine with that. But we just don't want to be caught in, we get something from one or two
Right.
of you and say, post this, and then other board members are saying, how did that get posted?
well,
So,
why don't we run everything through Lisa or Tim? So if we have anything, let's send it to them. And so that way it's who's ever submitting it plus the committee. And I'm comfortable giving them authority to post what we send. Does everybody else feel that way?
about Tim, but.
Does anyone have an issue with leaving that to Tim or
are
Lisa?
you okay with us creating a template for a board policy so that we can state that the website committee would be who would post and so forth, and we'll get that
Sure.
to the executive
And then
committee?
we actually send it to, I still want to meet with your team just to talk about aesthetics.
Right,
and
most
stuff like that.
definitely. That doesn't take away from
Yeah.
that. I just want to make sure that even after meeting with them,
Yeah.
we still need to know how to
Sure.
get things posted,
Yeah,
so.
and someone will put, like, we send it to them and they'll post it.
Exactly.
And if you want to delegate all posting to Tim, we'll
That's
be
right.
okay with that.
He's probably more tech savvy than I am.
No, I'm not.
I'm aesthetic. I like the
I don't mean
the
you have to
aesthetic.
physically post, I mean it goes through you. That's all.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
we should just have a clearinghouse. So
Right.
if Ken sends just crazy stuff, Tim might stop.
Right. We'll definitely check that out carefully. Okay, so that's
Giving
it.
you a hard time and you're not even
I know,
noticing.
he's too tired to know.
Sorry.
That's all right.
So, I'll go on the SB 286 and the lobbyist contract. For future reference center, we can take out the county committee decision. That's old. That was a carryover, but it's old now. Regarding SB 286 and the lobbyist contract, for the edification of the board, we do have a lobbying contract that is made by the superintendent, and he's the only one that is on that with Ball Frost, which is out of Sacramento. And in January 2021, SB 286 was introduced by Mr. Min, and Ball Frost knew about this contract, this bill, and I did talk to one of the principals there at Ball Frost, and they said that they talked to you, Al. I don't know if you remember that conversation. And of course, we knew nothing about this bill until just the last month or two. So my question is, this lobbyist contract, although it is legal, I did run it by Maggie Chidester, and she said that it is perfectly legal that you do this on your own. But the problem is, this bill obviously is very political, it's very partisan, it's very petty, and it's aimed at this board, and we didn't know about that. And Ball Frost kind of danced around my direct question, why didn't you tell us? And they said, well, we told the superintendent, and well, why didn't we know about it? Because it's been sitting there a whole year, and no one, we didn't know about it. And the question is why? I mean, if we're going to be approving a contract and paying them $106,000 a year, Why wouldn't they just tell us
First of all,
about these
they
things?
really don't follow bills in general unless they're related to like curriculum, instruction, the budget. They spend most of their time on those issues, and they provide professional development to our county. Now, that particular bill was first introduced by Tom Umberg, it's my understanding.
No,
I
it was
believe
Min.
it was
He was
Senator
co-author.
Min. Yeah,
He was a
Tom
co-author.
Umberg co-authored, and then he dropped off in
Right.
January.
So Min joined in, but I think Umberg led it at first.
No, I don't think so. I
No,
think it was
okay.
Min.
My-
Yeah.
So I didn't, I found out about that bill,
It's
not
definitely
too
was
much
Min.
sooner than when you found out about it, frankly.
I only found out one day before the Orange County Register called me asking me about it. Would have been quite embarrassing if they called a day earlier.
And it was introduced about a year ago, so.
In
So that's what
January
I'm saying.
2021, right?
And I think when it was in February of 2021, we were not, who was, Jeff, do you remember the details on that? We did not know about that bill. I did not know about it, frankly. But I understand that in February of 2021, I believe, we weren't listed on that bill, Orange County Department of Education.
That's
And,
not true at all.
Okay.
Not true at all. We were the primary person or the district that been targeted. It was no other county.
Well, he did try and do
It's
all
all
the counties,
legislative
but there was
history.
no appetite for it. So he strictly did it for us because nobody else had an appetite. Umberg originally co-authored, and then Umberg dropped out.
Yeah.
But the point I'm trying to make is,
Yeah.
you know, Ball Frost, if you read the contract, it says any and all legislation, and this is any and all. It says Orange County Department of Education on the language on the outside. And if we're gonna work together, I don't want, Ball Frost should have said at least the courtesy. You know, there's a bill that Senator Min introduced just last month. They could have easily have called us, and they didn't do that.
And we found out about it, I think it was during the Christmas break.
Correct.
Was it after the 24th? And we found out about it a few days before it was going to be heard by the Senate Ed Committee, if I'm not mistaken.
It was the same night as the reappointment. All of this information was included in the board packet last month. Unfortunately, with the carryover, the documents aren't there. And so you are accurate because we do have a copy of the document from when it was first introduced. It did not have Orange County Department of Ed.
That's right.
You have to go back into the legislative, because we saw the same thing you did, Ken, initially. And then we went back and looked at the first writing of the document. And so it looks like it wasn't amended until November or December of 21.
Right. I think what happened was, it was Umberg's goal to put all counties, all 58 counties, on the matter that you had to have, if there was a plurality of people competing for these seats, that there would be an option, if there was no clear winner, an option to carry that into the fall, into the November election. And we were one of the few counties that didn't operate that way. And the statistical stuff that I saw later, I found all this out later, after we heard from Jeff Frost about the bill, that it was designed to improve voter engagement, more voters. Because you got 3 million people, I don't know how many people are registered to vote in this county, but not everybody was showing up at the primaries, and far more showing up in November. So it's my understanding.
They didn't do it for your election.
Well, because you don't have to. I have it already built into mine.
What, I mean, that doesn't make sense. The voters, I mean, the
If
voters-
there's people that
doesn't make
running,
sense
if there's
that
no,
They wouldn't vote, they'd vote for you at a different time if they're gonna vote for us. That doesn't make sense.
no, that you would still be voting for you on the same time. You'd still go through a primary.
No.
No, I don't think so.
It's right here. It's
Yeah,
right
I don't
here.
think we do.
No, it's right
The
here.
election is moved to November, and
Yeah.
it said that you, because of technicalities, would stay in June.
It says that this bill would require an election for Orange County Board of Education that is determined by the plurality of the votes cast for that office with no possibility of a runoff. and is consolidated with the statewide election to be consolidated with the statewide general election in November.
Okay, wait, well, Nina's got some data on this.
This bill would make legislative findings and declarations as to the necessity of a special statute for the Orange County Board of Education.
Not in the first one,
Yeah,
the first rating. If you have to go up and you do a tab up there, and it will show the first rating. And then it was amended, and we changed it
Definitely.
and added Orange County. See, so
And
when you first
just
run it,
give us
it's
your,
So a county supervisor can win in June by, if they clear 50%. But if they,
yes,
but if they fell short of that, then the top two run off in November. But in our
That's
case,
the way you operate as well, the
That's how I
superintendent.
operate.
that's how the
and I
superintendent.
was included, as I understand, in the bill until they discovered that I already have that provision. That if there's no clear winner in June, there's a runoff in November.
But
It's not
286,
simple majority wins.
This says.
but 286 is saying a plurality in November, so you don't
Yeah.
need to reach 50%.
It says the plurality of the votes cast for that office with no possibility of a runoff and is consolidated with the statewide election shall be considered with the statewide general election in November.
It just
Yeah.
completely moves us from
Yeah.
June to November.
No runoff. But it's different, you know, and it's different for your office, so that's why it doesn't.
But I
make
mean,
sense.
even if you guys didn't find out till November or December, it would have been nice as soon as the department knew to let us know, especially since we were really the target of the bill.
But
I
Mary,
just-
what we're saying is, we didn't know in November or December, we understood that was when it was being amended. We received a document the night that we had a special board meeting for reappointment. And just for clarity for the full board, we missed it. Dr. Maharis was already on vacation, if you recall, he wasn't here for the reappointment hearing and so forth. And I saw something come through, but we were just going into the holidays. It was, I believe, the 21st of December, thank you. And so, just a lot of errors with regards to that. So, it wasn't a matter that we actually had any knowledge, and so Ball Frost is correct, they sent some information, but we didn't see it until we came back from the holidays. And just as you're saying, it was right in that same timing, because Ken called and was asking I was trying to figure out what he was talking about. And then it was like, all of a sudden, it was just this domino. The newspaper hit and everybody's trying to figure out what was going on. So
Right.
that was,
And I don't know where the bill is at today.
I can tell you, it passed through two committees and now it went to 37 vote in favor of the bill, at, I guess, first reading or whatever. That's where it is right now.
So it went through the Senate. It's now then on the other side of the House. It's going through the Assembly, right? But I don't know if there's been an Assembly hearing set up yet for it.
It was first read
First
on
read on
January
126.
126.
Yep.
But,
I don't think it's been.
but we had no, it wasn't as though the author contacted any of us. We didn't find out about it till what Nina is saying during the Christmas break. And I actually did not study, I mean, it was an email that was sent to me. And then when I found out about it, it was going the next day into the Senate Ed Committee for a hearing. And then right about that time, the media got involved, because it came out of the committee. And then it went from Senate Ed to the Budget Committee, and got out of that committee as well.
So can we, because the contract exists with you, you know, we're very concerned, this is very partisan, you know, he talks about unique circumstances facing elections, I have no idea what that is. Can we get Ball Frost, will you authorize them to work against this bill to defeat it?
Yeah. I mean, I've taken no position on it, because, I mean, it didn't affect my office, but I'm happy to talk to them about it tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I don't know if anything can be done.
Yeah.
It's been through so many committees. But it was originally in January, Nina corrected me, and I thank you for the correction. It was originally for the state of California, but then it got added in January, the Orange County Department of Education. And as it stands today, it's been changed to the Orange County Board of Education. And it's very, very partisan and very unusual to have one bill in the education code affecting only one single county Board of Education. That is very unusual.
I understand it's because the rest of the state did not have an appetite for it. Only our senator had an appetite for it.
Anyway, if you can do that, that would be, I'm assuming there's a consensus here amongst the board for that. I would thank you in advance.
We'll do that.
We do have some public comments, and we have to go to we have to do a reread out from closed session.
We do?
Yeah. Okay.
Oh.
So we have to do that at the very end.
Okay.
Okay, do you want to do that now?
Sure.
Oh, okay. So, Mr. Rowland, you mentioned that with the closed session, there was something that was omitted, so we have to put it into the record.
Thank you, and if I may, in place of Greg Rowland, I just want to make 2 corrections to the report out that I gave to the closed session items 1 through 4 earlier this evening. The first is the invoice number for Marguerite Leone. I left a digit off of that, so I wanted to give Nina Boyd the correct number and also have it reflected in the record. That invoice number is 215596. I had left the 6 off previously. Secondly, I inadvertently omitted to report out one other action item, and that is as follows. With respect to closed session item number 3, the board formally confirmed Ms. Leone's retention and approved her engagement contract. And the vote on that was 4 votes in favor with 1 abstention. The trustees Shaw, Barkey, Williams, and Sparks voting in favor, and trustee Gomez abstaining.
I
So those-
believe I voted no because I hadn't seen the contract.
I thought you
Yeah,
abstained because you hadn't seen it. I remember
No,
you
I
had
thought
an
I
abstention.
thought I voted no.
Did you abstain
I-
on something else? Because you did abstain on
No,
something.
I said I could abstain because I
Oh.
haven't read the contract, but I voted no.
Okay.
Okay, my notes had you abstaining for that, but with that clarification, it should reflect, I think, that the vote was no. And as I indicated before on the actual invoice approval as well, trustee Gomez voted no against 4 approvals. And those are the corrections for the closed session items. Thank you.
Do we have any other legislative updates, Becky?
I just wanted to mention, I mentioned this last month, that CSBA, the County School Board Association, we have a meeting March 18th through March 20th, and I'll report that after the meeting.
All right, so now we'll move back to public comment. Do you want to explain?
Right.
where it's gonna go?
Okay, so we have public comments at the end. We do this specifically for those who have issues with anything that's been discussed so far. Our board policy allows 3 minutes per board meeting for public comments for an individual. We have here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 individuals who have already used up their 3 minutes. I would suggest that out of courtesy, because they've stayed here, that we allow them 1 minute. And then the 2 that have not talked, we would, by our board policy, allow them 3
And-
minutes. So,
Dr. Williams, number 24 has withdrawn. So on the back, there's a number. I believe they left.
okay, so that, yeah, okay. So that leaves us with 1 person, number 20, who has a full 3 minutes. And if you have your numbers, number 21, 19, 21, 22, 26, and 27, I'll read off your names individually. You will get 1 minute. So right now,
And should we mention that this is an extra courtesy, because our board policy does state just 3 minutes, so we are giving an extra minute that we normally don't, according to our board policy.
And if you have heard the same comment, you don't have to use the whole time. You can say, I agree with a certain person
No,
who
if
said it
that-
before.
If they need translation, that still within that?
Let's
time
just
frame?
do 1 minute, I think.
I just want to make sure the translator, so they'll cut it off at 1 minute.
Right. So Isabella, speaker number 20, you get a full 3 minutes. Is Isabella out there?
Isabella, come on down.
Okay.
Calling
Going
once.
Isabella?
Okay, Isabella,
Yeah.
she has 3 minutes. 5 minutes if you need a translation, but if you speak English, you get 3 minutes.
Thank you for the time of being here, and thank you for the opportunity. I just want to express that it took a lot from a child to transfer to a new school. My child is at 2nd grade, and it took me a long time to persuade him to transfer to a Chinese school. And I also had a high hope for him to learn his culture and roots from that school. But after finding there are so many unethical issues and such as misuse public fundings and nepotism and mismanagement. And also, I found a complaint letter from our Chinese teachers. I was very disappointed, and all of our parents here are outcrying for help and justice for our kids, and also I want to say that it is not fair to tell our kids, oh, you don't like this school, you just go, and that our kids are not the problem. The problem is the management. I hope that you guys can help us, and yeah, that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Isabella. Just for clarification, the board will be receiving a report perhaps next meeting. So we're not marginalizing or dismissing anything that you're saying. We take it to heart. We appreciate it. And this is why you have publicly elected people to listen to you. So the next person, let's go in order here. Number 19, you get 1 minute, Miss Lynn Wang. And after Lynn will be Donna Lee, and then Patrick McNally, you're number 22, you'll get a minute.
Thank you for allowing me to speak again. I just want to make some correction that Doug Houston and Michael Scott had said. Michael Scott, the executive director at IIA, had said that the science curriculum was in English. That's actually incorrect. It's conducted in Mandarin, and he's not really aware of what's going on in school. Michael Scott also said that in December, there was no science curriculum submitted when the principal left. That is not true. The principal is not in charge of the science curriculum. Michael Scott hired a science teacher who's in charge of the science curriculum. And so if she didn't submit it, it would be on the science teacher, since the principal does not and is not in charge of the science curriculum. And the third point is that the principal was on leave during winter break and came back and for the whole month of January, and the whole hiring of. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Okay, Donna Lee.
Thank you, Board, for your courtesy. I really appreciate it. I'll talk fast. Facts are important, obviously. So it's important that we also speak the truth and we speak the facts. And I think there may have been a miscommunication earlier, as a parent earlier mentioned that there are no parents currently on the school board. That is incorrect. There are 2 parents currently on the school board, and the board is actively looking for more parents to join the board. So I want to make sure that's clear. In that spirit, I want to also make sure to fact check Mr. Michael Scott and Mr. Houston's comments. So his reimbursement for $382 for a teacher that he talked about, it's inconsistent because those purchases were made in October. The reimbursement was submitted in December, and the check that Mr. Scott wrote the school was at the end of January. So he wrote the check after all the complaints. That was not the only English reimbursement, only teacher reimbursement. There was another one in January on the 14th. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Patrick McNally. got a
Yeah,
minute,
thanks
sir.
very much. The last speaker talked about putting more board members on. Here's something that you guys can actually help with. The bylaws of the Irvine I, or rather Western Mandarin School, says that what they call the charter authorizer, which according to Mr. Chantain is you guys. You guys can appoint a director to the board of directors. And I'm going to encourage you to do that because part of my issue, or what I see as issues, is that there's not enough parents on the board. So if you guys would go ahead and consider appointing somebody, and I know that probably their attitude is, it's a charter school, if it works, it works, we don't want to get involved, but I think there's so much enthusiasm for this school that I think we'd appreciate if you could add to that enthusiasm by exercising your power to appoint a board member who's actually a parent of the school. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Patrick. Nancy Liu. And then after Nancy is Ming Wei. You got a minute.
Hello. Regarding Mr. Scott's statement that the keyboards purchased by the school is for all the students at music lessons every Wednesday afternoon, I cannot accept this explanation. As far as we know, these keyboards are not for students who sign up for after-school classes and pay extra. My children have never used those keyboards since the first day of the school. There has always been a conflict of interest between the school board members and between the board members and Mr. Scott. Parents expressed strong concerns with this. On last school board meeting, the board chairman, Doug Houston, said the board members actually do not know each other, but as I know, this is not true. All in all, parents now have a great crisis of confidence in the management of the school, as can be seen from the number of parents present today. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Last one, Mr. Ming Wei.
Thank you for giving me a second chance. And to begin with, like say, DOC is the most important person. Actually, Michael Scott is going to hire. The same with the board. As he said in his own word, his right-hand person. And there's DOC is a supervised principal, not the other way around in IAA. And there were no proper interview process, as confirmed during the last meeting, online meeting with parents with the board. However, during the board, when we raised these questions, the board were blaming the principal for the issue, even though the principal was under the DOC. And the two-person blame the principal were the chairman, Doug Carlson, and Brad Friedman. So we don't have the confidence on this board to conduct a fair and reasonable survey about what represent our parents. And we want to have an independent committee possible to do it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just add one comment? Something we all appreciate all of your comments, your public comments, and it gives us a lot of additional insight and your frustrations, and I can imagine as a parent how frustrated you must feel, as I feel as a parent many times. But I did learn that Michael Scott had a major health issue over the holiday that lasted about 5 weeks and has been recovering from that health issue that I guess he has not disclosed to anyone, and I'm not at liberty to say what happened, but I learned about that, and I just thought you all should give a little bit of grace on that aspect. You know, although I can share your frustrations and understand why you're frustrated, but I just wanted to share that little tidbit because I think that gives a little perspective of maybe why he wasn't as available at times during
He
that
had a
time.
stroke.
Yeah.
He literally had a stroke and became paralytic on his left lower extremity. Okay, I make a motion for adjournment.
I would accept that.
Thank you.
That's the best.